Welcome, everybody. We will call this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission General Policy Committee to order for Thursday, June 8th. We have a lot to work through today, and I think a lot of opportunity to talk about a lot of things. So, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first item is the adoption of the agenda.
Do you have a motion to adopt? We have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have an agenda.
Our next item is the approval of the minutes for May 11th GPC with
Do I have a motion to adopt?
recommendation that the committee approve.
Do I have a motion to adopt the minutes? So moved. We have a motion and a second to adopt the minutes for May 11th. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that is unanimous as well. Madam Clerk.
Our first business discussion for the afternoon is item number 2023-572, discussion item, joining PFAS contamination remediation legal action with a recommendation that the General Policy Committee discuss and take action deemed appropriate.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll make a couple of comments, and then I'm going to ask the city attorney to have a comment on it. I think the general manager may have a comment as well. There is lots of pending legal action against some very large chemical companies whose chemicals have been used by pretty much every municipality in the modern world, and that have lots of issues with them. We have an opportunity to join in existing litigation with a variety of other municipalities that does not bind us, through my understanding, to sticking with the lawsuit the entire time, but it does give us the opportunity to get in place in line for settlements that are, if not impending, at least marginally agreed to. And we do have the option then to walk away from that if we choose to. It doesn't cost us anything to get our place in line, and we could walk out of line if we chose to. And I would like us to move forward with getting our place in line with those lawsuits. Mr. Attorney, did I present that fairly accurately, or am I missing something there?
I don't know.
Okay.
Since we talked a couple days ago, I've talked with Attorney Kreisman, who I think had reached out to you. I've viewed a Florida Municipal Attorneys Association webinar on the issue, which was frankly just another 3 plaintiffs' attorney firms basically pitching involvement in it as well. More significantly, I had a phone conversation with Attorney Bill Pence, who's represented the city on environmental and regulatory matters for probably more than 2 decades, who coincidentally, when I reached out to him, when right after we had spoken, he replied that he was at that time at a high-level conference with environmental lawyers and regulators dealing with these issues as it is. I'm not an engineer nor a scientist by any stretch of the imagination. I also communicated with Mr. Cunningham and Debbie Doherty, she's our water wastewater officer now, I believe. And coincidentally, this is a hot topic. I think she represented, and they can inform me more fully, at a water wastewater conference where it was also an issue of conversation. I think the issue right now that we have is the science and the regulatory agencies haven't caught up to where some of the plaintiffs' lawyers want them to be, or think they are even. I don't know that there's any recognized standards for these chemicals. It's not just these aren't just chemicals that are used by municipalities. They're used by every person throughout the developed world. I think if you have Gore-Tex boots, you have them. If you have a Teflon pan, a dry fit shirt, every time you wash it, you're conceivably releasing these PFAS chemicals into the system. So I'd have some significant concerns about just what the measure of our damages would be, how would you value any claim that the city may potentially have, how would we determine whether we have any sort of exposure to damages in this field, and certainly wouldn't be in a place where we'd be able to compromise or settle any claims that we have without knowing that information. I don't think we even, and Tony, Mr. Cunningham, correct me here, I'm not even sure that the city or any other water treatment provider in the state or country even yet knows to what level they have to, they could be, not even should be, but could be testing regarding these matters. It's unknown upon unknown upon unknown. And I reached out to a couple other municipal attorneys. I haven't heard back yet to see what their experience has been with either getting involved or deciding not to get involved. So again, it's all I've heard. I mean, it's a lot of unknowns, and that's not what you want to hear. I understand.
No, I want to hear the right information.
So I would defer a lot to what Mr. Cunningham and Ms. Doherty, as the experts in the area, but they might have to add as well in terms of whether the city would have any coherent claim at this point or not.
So, and I'll get to Mr. Cunningham in just a second, but my other question for you is, my understanding is we could, if we joined this, we could walk away from it without.
Yeah, I certainly would look closely at the retention letter, and I would not recommend that we engage in any attorney where we wouldn't have the ability to fire them, and would never recommend that we get involved in any litigation that we couldn't voluntarily dismiss ourselves out of. We don't cede that sort of authority over to any outside counsel. And I don't anticipate that there would be any potential for a settlement or the compromise of our claims anytime in the very near future. So a lot of these questions, I guess, arguably would be answered along the way. The question is whether we'd want to get involved before knowing the answers to these questions or not. And that's a strategy decision, I think, that you might find difference of opinion in different places.
Okay. Commissioner Chestnut, do you want to speak before we hear from the general manager? Or okay, all right. Mr. Manager. Yeah.
So this is an issue that affects a lot of different things. I'm going to give a perspective from the water and wastewater industry. So GRU, along with the whole water wastewater industry, is following this very closely. Basically, the EPA is in the process of establishing rules related to PFAS levels in water. There's currently rules don't apply. There are no rules. They're being established now, and so we're engaged in that. And the concern that I bring is similar to the city attorney from the unknown perspective. So we don't know what those rules are going to be. We don't know what that impact is going to be to operations at this time. And so we wouldn't want to engage in something that could have potentially more, if we couldn't get away from it, couldn't get out of it, and we don't know the liability that we have in that, we would not want to engage in that until we have some of those questions answered. And then what I'll add to that is, so we did meet with many other utilities late last week, and basically the vast majority of the industry is not entering any settlement agreements at this time, again, because of these unknowns going forward. And so that, I think we would be consistent with that approach would be my recommendation.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I think given what we've heard, what harm would there be in us not taking any action at this time? Just watching and observing is where I think we probably should be. I mean, both. What I'm hearing from our staff is hold off, wait is what I'm hearing. So I would say we should just sort of just monitor the situation.
That's certainly a fair way to think about it.
Thank you.
The benefit to joining the action is getting our place in line for whatever the total bucket of damages might be. But I bring it tonight here so we can make a decision. So, Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pending the signing of legislation, will we be able to join this after October 1st by vote of this body as opposed to a different authority? Who will that lie with? And this may be a question for the city attorney or the general manager. Who do we think that authority would lie with? Because, you know, a scenario of an appointed board of 5 people who are friendly to certain industries because they're not elected by the people of Gainesville who own the utility, own GRU, but instead are elected or nominated, you know, by the governor, appointed by the governor. Is there any concern that if this is something we want to get in, that we should do it before October 1st, or whether it would still hold up after October 1st? And I know our questions are always like we don't know, or the answers are always we don't know, but this is one of those times.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see the application of House Bill 1645 really interfering in the way of the city, led by the elective city commission, representing and pursuing the rights of the city. One of the questions I would have before we got in litigation like this for the attorneys involved is, where do they suspect our potential exposure being? For a lot of municipalities, you see it at fire training facilities. I don't think we have one. I think that there's fire training facilities in Marion County. I could be wrong on that, because a lot of these chemicals are used in the fire suppressant foam. Airports are a real hot spot, for example. We have a complicated relationship with the airport. We own the land, we own the dirt, but the facility itself, we have no ability to exercise any control over by act of the legislature 40 years ago. But prior to that, we did in fact own the airport. And before that, it was, I think, a military facility. So there's also the issue regarding other lands that may have been used for perhaps biosolid spreading and things like that. My point is that it wouldn't just be assets of the utility that are at issue. It would be the city itself and what liability. And even under that bill, if it somehow succeeds and becomes law and becomes effective, it doesn't take the utility away from the city. It just inserts this appointed board. So I don't think it would impair any ability, the short answer is, to go forward defending the rights and pursuing the possibilities for the city.
So even though we mentioned, even though GRU is a big part of this conversation, there are other point sources or exposure sources that are not GRU, like you mentioned, fire training facilities, airport, and so it's not just a GRU issue. It's really potentially all across the city, and we think, at least for right now, we would still have some authority to join a suit or any kind of legal action, just even as the city.
Mr. Mayor, I think you still have complete authority. I mean, this is still the elective city commission. Our office is still the attorney for the city. Even under this amendments to the charter, the utility, they are all still city assets. The question is how they're controlled, but they are still city assets. So I don't see that it would pose any impediment in if we wanted to join litigation such as this in the future.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Cunningham, before you.
Clarify one point. So GRU is not a
Point source, I didn't think that was referenced, but I just want to clarify. The water system would be, or the wastewater system would be a place where things that are in the environment come there. We're not creating or a point source of that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So similar to what I heard from the city, the information is very, very vague. And it doesn't allow us to potentially enjoin something now while we have, I would say, other priorities on our plate that are much greater. So just 2 questions, Mr. City Attorney. Similar to what you said, Commissioner Willits, is we can enjoin if something became more concrete, if the risk and reward changed, if information indicated that we had exposure through the networks that you already are involved in, we could change and enjoin at some future date. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is there's a lot of these lawsuits going forward right now all over the country. I think what spurred the most recent attention to it is, I think the city of Stuart, Florida, is one of the bellwether cases in this multi-district litigation that was scheduled for trial in June up in federal court in South Carolina. And in anticipation of that trial, I think several of the, maybe as many as 6, of the chemical producing companies have proposed tentative settlements, and even those are I don't know how concrete they are. They've been reported. So I think that's what's pushed it back to the forefront of the news and caught the attention. And I think it certainly spurred the urgency of some of the firms to try to bring on new clients as well. And I don't want to completely discount the urgency that the plaintiff's lawyers may be raising, that you're better off getting in now than later. But I also don't know if that should cause us to throw caution to the wind. And I'm more inclined to listen to some of our experts in the area. These are water issues largely, where these chemicals, these forever chemicals are found. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know. I think that there will be the ability to continue to join these lawsuits in the future. I don't think this is a now or never. Is there a chance that now is better than later? Perhaps, but I'm not sure how to quantify that.
All right, so then I'm very mindful of what you're saying. Essentially, we don't have good information to indicate that doing this now and taking some of our capacity and staff time and resource might be advantageous. I favor exactly what I heard from Commissioner Chestnut is we have the ability to be involved in the networks, the information. We should be monitoring it, but we should not be spending additional capacity building with our staff time to be worried about this particular thing at this time. That's my thought, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman.
Mr. Mayor, I guess I would, so the reason for moving this quickly on this, I mean, is there are we looking at a settlement of the suit shortly, or is there,
As the attorney pointed out, that there's a settlement agreement came down last, at least a tentative agreement came down last Friday, with still opportunity for plaintiffs to join. But that window on this particular one might be closing. So
closing, and what do we kind of have a drop down? I mean, I hear what the attorney is saying and what staff is saying, in that they want more information, and this kind of came quickly for them. But also, what I'm hearing from you is that there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of downside. It's sort of like those things I see online where you click the button and say, "Did you buy a Volkswagen in the 1990s?" Right. And it has the tailpipe emissions, and they say you can join this. You either get money or you don't get money. It's no one way or the other. But is it possible for us to get a little bit more information, and let's put this on a city commission agenda? I don't want to leave money on the table if there is a potential that we would get some kind of a settlement, but I would also like to have staff a little bit more time to get this sorted through. So I'm open to it, and I think this the PFAS issue is something that is potentially very detrimental to health all across. I like the idea of the city, getting involved in this, and I like the idea of the city getting some kind of settlement money from it. But I would also like more information than what I've seen here.
okay. Do you conclude? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Sacco.
Mayor. Mr. Attorney, as far as staff capacity and I guess front time that you need to research further to clear up some of the questions that we've had, does your office have that right now? Or do you foresee some of these questions or research taking a particularly heavy burden on your office?
I don't know if it's as much of an issue or burden on our office as it might be on the water wastewater people. Again, I don't know where the testing would take place, how they identify the testing sites, what threshold to which they test, how do they quantify our potential damages, the risk being, presumably if you participate in the settlement, you are in fact settling potential claims. You're taking in money and you are waiving future claims. If you don't know what those future claims are, it's a difficult bargain to strike. Now, again, I think the argument for the attorneys that are trying to welcome us in are that's what this process would start. We would file a claim, they would initiate testing, they would try to help us quantify what those damages are, which would then be used to ascertain a portion of any potential settlement. I do think it's a long process. But again, I'm not sure if we have any idea what that might be at this point.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just to kind of add on a little bit to what the city attorney said. So
Standards are in the rulemaking process. So in terms of testing and all that, all of that will need to be done going forward. There aren't even standards yet. So we don't know it won't be a quick process to figure out what the future possibilities are or what it might be. Like, none of that will be answered quickly from the utility perspective. And again, this impacts more than the utility. There's other parts of the city, but from the utility and the water wastewater perspective, there are not standards. They're in the rulemaking process. That process has to be completed. Then the utility industry will do sampling and testing, and then you'll figure out the technologies to address, and then those will be implemented. That will be a long, I anticipate that being a very long process.
Thank you. So, acknowledging this is probably going to be years long, and most of us won't be up here by the time anything gets settled. I'm not opposed to following along to see what could be, what could come from joining, what the standards eventually are made, further detail if staff has the capacity to follow along, not necessarily actively participate at this point. And I'm okay going as to that far. Nothing we have here today is signing on to anything. It's just giving staff that permission to continue to remain involved and bring back more information. And if we limit it to that today, I think that's within staff capacity, and we're not waiving any other future opportunities. We are just getting back information. So I'd be happy directing staff to follow it along and see what the options are once finer details are hammered or presented, because we either start now, we start in 5 years from now and finish 5 years from then anyway. So I think following along and seeing where we could fall in is within the realm of our capacity right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any further lights. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on this? Okay, thank you. All right, so unless there are objections, Mr. Attorney, if you would just report back to us at some point in the not distant future and let us know what you see and what's going on.
Absolutely, sir. And to be fair, we have been. I was looking back at old emails, and for more than 3 years, I think this is an issue that bubbles up occasionally, and I do think this is the time to more intensify that. And as I said, I've reached out to a few other municipal attorneys trying to find some that are in litigation, some that are not in litigation, so we can better counsel you on those pros and cons.
Very good. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Commissioner Willets.
Yeah. Mr. Cunningham, do we currently test at all for PFAS? Do we have the capacity currently?
So I don't know if I might have Mr. Hutton come up there. I think there are methodologies being developed now to test to the lower levels that are being proposed in the rulemaking. But again, it's in the rulemaking, so there is no rule or requirement to do that, and it's not something that we have done.
I mentioned because some people would want us to, to all of our customers provide as much information as possible. At the same time, if this is something that, the government has not said any kind of, we could also create panic about something that is not yet to be panicked about. And it sounds like this is something that is experienced everywhere. So I just asked that because there may be an urge to start ahead of time looking at it. But until those rules come out, we could create even discomfort of people to drinking water that's perfectly safe or is within the range of safety. So.
Yeah, so I'll just add, similar to the city attorney again, this is something we have been tracking for years and years in terms of the potential of it coming and the discussion at the legislative level, federally, and we will continue to track. We are very close. The industry is very close to tracking it. But I don't know, Mr. Hutton, if there's anything to clarify the sampling or anything of that nature.
I'll just add, Rick Hutton with Gainesville Regional Utilities. So is there a requirement that's kind of the EPA standard procedure when they're proposing a drinking water standard, then the drinking water utilities will have to sample over the next year or so. So we will be doing some testing, as will other utilities across the state, for the PFAS over the next year or so. But as the general manager said, it's a kind of an evolving technology. It's fairly complicated laboratory procedure, so it takes a little while to kind of get results and evaluate.
So it's not something you can test for in-house?
Oh, definitely not. It's
Okay.
very specialized testing, and in fact, these materials are so ubiquitous that you have to actually use very specialized sampling procedures to make sure that the person collecting the sample doesn't accidentally get the sample contaminated.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hutton. I appreciate it. All right, I see no further lights on this. Before we move on to the next item, I do want to remind everyone, because I see some folks who aren't normally here, if you want to speak on any item, public comment on any of these particular items, we do ask that you fill out a form, just so we know who you are and have a way to order who comes up. We've been doing that for a good long while now, but I know there's some folks who haven't been here for a while, so just putting that out there. Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Our next item is 2023-467 Wayfinding Systems, with the recommendation that the General Policy Committee hear a presentation from staff and discuss.
Very good. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. Morgan Spicer, Policy Oversight Administrator, and I am here today to share some research that was conducted by one of our former policy fellows, Kayla Ehrlich, into wayfinding systems and share some information on current status of wayfinding efforts in the city. There we go. So this research was conducted in phase 1 of our policy process, which is research and idea formulation, and we're currently in phase 2, which is GPC consideration. So to start off with just some information on what wayfinding is referring to information and really signage systems intended to guide people through a physical environment and enhance their understanding and experience of that space. Communities might embark on wayfinding efforts and systems for a variety of reasons. They can help to reduce travel frustrations, encourage people to enter retail areas and disperse to local businesses, increase daily spending, create a sense of community, and improve user engagement of a physical environment. Before we get into some examples of wayfinding systems, did want to acknowledge that signage in general can be pretty heavily regulated at a variety of different levels. So I won't go too much into detail, but for example, at the federal level, traffic control signage, which is signage with the intent to regulate, warn, or guide traffic, does have to adhere to the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And really their regulations related to wayfinding is ensuring that where wayfinding is placed and what it contains doesn't overpower or obstruct higher priority traffic control devices. There are also a variety of regulations at the state level for signage on the state highway system. So the Florida Highway Guide Sign Program outlines a variety of guidelines for community wayfinding, including restrictions on color and symbols, a number of locations. And then the Traffic Engineering Manual within the Florida Department of Transportation also outlines statewide criteria for community wayfinding signs, with really a priority of stating that those sign programs are the responsibility of the local government, but that cooperation and ultimately approval from the District Traffic Operations Office is required. Signage also has to abide by a variety of City of Gainesville regulations, including making sure that it's compatible with surroundings and the comprehensive plan, appropriate to the location that they pertain, making sure that the size is large enough to convey the message, but also small enough to not distract motorists, reduce clutter, making sure that it doesn't result in the unnecessary removal of vegetation, and making sure that it's compatible to a pedestrian and motorist scale. There have been a variety of conversations and efforts related to wayfinding in the City of Gainesville. So as part of the Downtown Strategic Plan, which you all adopted at the end of last year, it does discuss some goals related to downtown wayfinding, things like shaping the downtown identity, helping to balance the need for parking with a walkable core, connecting neighborhoods to downtown, and establishing transition areas. And the plan also outlines 3 potential character areas in the downtown area that could serve as themed wayfinding signage systems, including the Historic Core, SOMA, which is south of Main, and the Innovation District. The City of Gainesville also does have the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Park Design Guidelines, which does contain a wayfinding design standard system. This was established in 2019 with the intention of helping to develop Gainesville's parks into a holistic system with consistent elements of design and specific design standards, helping to serve as an educational tool and also a design and maintenance tool. The standards in the document are able to change over time, and the Communications Department is the lead for any sign standards and designs regarding wayfinding. But ultimately, the wayfinding design guidelines outlined in this document include vehicular signs, pedestrian signs, and gateways. And you can see a couple of examples of that. You've got the parking lot, the parking signs on the left, some pedestrian trail maps and rules and regulations signs on the right. And you can see these in larger pictures in the backup. And then some place markers, mile markers, interpretive signs, gateway landscapes, and the wayfinding designs document does also contain specifics regarding like sign materials and colors, and there's also the opportunity for these to be customized for the different parks. There's some space on some of these different signs where graphics unique to different parks can be added. And then in regards to ongoing efforts, the City Department of Transportation, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, and Wild Spaces Public Places are also embarking on a wayfinding signage effort with a specific focus on our multimodal urban trails. The signage will be consistent with the design guidelines that was shared in the previous slide, and also with city sign regulations. Their intention is to focus on 4 types of signage: mile markers, directional signs, vicinity maps, and etiquette signs. And then currently, the Department of Transportation is in the process of conducting an inventory of existing signage and determining the location and content of new signage. And then PRCA will, design the signage, communications will approve that signage, the signage will be implemented, and at various different stages, public outreach will be conducted. And then as the last example of wayfinding that's going on within Gainesville, the University of Florida is also actively working on their creation of a wayfinding design guide. And they actually started this process at the same time as Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs did. And so when those guides were being developed, they established contracts with the same consultant. So there is the opportunity for cohesive design. Their process included evaluating existing signage, evaluating existing regulations, and then facilitating communication with the different stakeholders. They plan to put signs up in the main UF campus area, Shands Hospital, the Innovation District, and other UF-affiliated regions. And here are just a couple of examples of images of what their wayfinding will look like. And then the city that we're going to focus on as a case study is the city of Seattle. They embarked on their wayfinding project in November of 2017 when they published their wayfinding scoping study, which helped to establish the ground rules for the projects and generate stakeholder interest. Their system really prioritizes decision points as places to share information, so welcome points, major decision points, minor decision points, arrival points, and education points. And that's outlined in this graphic, which shows the places that they think wayfinding could benefit residents and people visiting Seattle. They had 4 main steps to the implementation of their wayfinding program. So of course they started with completing a standards document and starting to implement and evaluate pilot programs with wayfinding. They then began to engage in planning and mobilizing through the budget process, opening up their wayfinding platform and early opportunities for wayfinding. They then began to implement wayfinding across high-density areas of downtown and transit hubs, and then monitoring and promoting the wayfinding. And then lastly, seamlessness, completing their center city and beginning to spread to urban villages. Their standard for pedestrian wayfinding is called Seamless Seattle, and it has 4 different pillars. The first is modal integration, connecting different modes of transportation like walking, biking, public transportation. Local distinctiveness, so having a uniform standard across the city, but then allowing for different neighborhoods and regions to kind of share their history and heritage. Design for all, which is a focus on accessibility. And then systemization, which is making sure that their design standards have a high degree of commonality for planning and system design purposes. The next section focuses on a variety of different accessibility considerations that Seattle included, including the integration of illustrations, slope informations, and accessible entrances, making sure that there's proper contrast for legibility and optimization, large type sizes, simplification of complex topography, the integration of braille and tactile panels, integration of non-English languages, including recognizable product design, and making sure there were careful design adaptations. These are just a couple of images of what Seattle's wayfinding signage looks like, with the community framework of how to integrate local distinctiveness at the bottom. And then I'm not going to focus too much on Tallahassee. Our report does go more in depth on what their system looks like, but did want to include it because when they were embarking on their wayfinding effort, they divided the city into 11 different districts. And within the wayfinding system, each district is categorized by a unique finial, the icon at the top of the signage. So you can see the one on the top left is in their downtown district. And so it helps to create that sense of place amongst those visiting the city. In regards to best practices, Data collection on the front end is very important, making sure that there's an inventory of current signage to prevent clutter, making sure there's an awareness of any guidelines that need to be followed. Of course, analysis is needed in regards to where the sign should be located and what should be on the signs. Signage design, ensuring that the symbols and colors and patterns are consistent and recognizable. Consideration of public engagement formats, accessibility considerations, and then implementation and monitoring responsibilities. And I'll conclude with just some potential advantages and disadvantages. So potential advantages is really information sharing, making sure that pedestrians and cyclists get more information about safe routes, encouraging people to walk and use more sustainable forms of transportation, and encouraging people to make use of local services. Supporting the community, wayfinding can help to highlight valuable local assets, help local communities to reveal their heritage, and also it kind of creates components that are sort of recognizable in regards to they know that it's a reliable source of information as to where things are. And then, of course, accessibility can help to improve accessibility for people with visual mobility and cognitive impairments. And then regarding potential disadvantages, the first, as has been mentioned, is sign clutter, making sure that it's properly evaluated whether to keep or replace existing signage, making sure that current signage choices are efficient to reduce clutter. Selecting what content should be included in wayfinding can also be very difficult, making sure that you're researching into the character of an area and make sure you know what is important to different communities, and also mitigating public frustration that could arise regarding content inclusion. And then, of course, cost, maintenance, and upkeep. The front-end cost of placing the signs is, of course, high, and then the signage itself will also require upkeep and maintenance. The signage might need to be replaced when updates are needed, and so dedicated funding would be necessary. And then this is just the remaining phases of the policy process. Phase 3 is timeline development. Phase 4 is full staff analysis and proposal development. Phase 5, the proposal would return to GPC, and then Phase 6 is implementation. And that's what I have for you today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good, thank you. Before we move on to questions, we do have some lights already. I will say that I'm the one who asked for this to be researched several months ago, and I'm glad that we're at a point to have some discussion about it. It is a long-term discussion, a long-term project, but I want you, as you think about this, to think about cities that you visit where you don't know exactly where stuff is. I would venture to say that most of us in this room know where a lot of stuff is in Gainesville. So if somebody says the criminal courthouse, you can probably find it. Not everybody can. Not a day goes by that somebody doesn't ask me where this or that or the other thing is right out here in the parking lot that is across the street or very nearby. People shouldn't have to ask that, because most people won't ask. If they don't have to be somewhere, they just won't go if they don't know where it is. This is an opportunity for us to be a friendlier city and for us to recognize that we are a city of 145,000-ish people, and that serves a much broader group of people, well into the 200,000s on a regular basis. And we should not expect that everybody knows where everything is. So think about how you feel when you go somewhere else, and the difference between a town where you can find what you're trying to find without sticking out like a sore thumb, and cities that you visited where you have to embarrass yourself to figure out where you're going. So as we go through this, just try to keep those markers in mind. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Spicer. I think we could go back to where we currently are, or you could just tell me if I understood it. Our Department of Transportation is currently doing that inventory to see what signage in general
For
we
the
have?
trails, for our urban trails.
Not
yes.
overall for buildings or other infrastructure.
The focus right now is on parks and trails.
Okay. I guess if they're already underway, they wouldn't go back to start counting buildings or other mapping, CGI. Is it CIS? CSI? No. GIS?
GIS.
Listen, there's a lot of letters. Although I guess maybe sustainable development could help further with that to identify key points. So I don't, thank you, Ms. Spicer, sorry. So Mr. Mayor, to your point, I don't dislike this. I agree. There are plenty of places I've gone to where, oh, thank God there's a sign, because finding a person is kind of embarrassing. And then you're just like, oh, I'm just not doing anything. So I don't disagree that especially, I would think in the very urban core context, it would be very helpful. I think we've had folks walk in here with a little printout of a map that is very bad. I don't know why it's like hand-drawn and terrible. They're trying to find like the civil office for the sheriffs. And I have to explain like the other building, diagonal, and then I have to explain what diagonal is. But other problem. But it's hard to figure out where a lot of those things are. So I have a couple of concerns that are brought up in the disadvantages component of, clutter. Do they approve? I know there's no fiscal note because they're still just even seeing where we are on trails and parks overall, which I will note, some of our park signs are being improved and they look lovely and much brighter and visible, so it's helpful. Springtree Park is usually hidden. You don't know where it is or where to turn. You have a better idea where to turn now. But I would worry about the potential cost. I know we can make a lot of our own signage in-house, which would reduce the cost and time and a lot of that maintenance. But there's still a cost to making and producing it. I think as a follow-up concern would be, other than directional or landmark, which is very minimal, I would worry anything with further instruction or direction and the cost or complexity of adding additional languages to it, whether through some QR code, whether through literal translation, then we get to the clutter issue. But we have made a commitment to be as inclusive as we can. If we move beyond something of just landmarks, are we actually being inclusive and making sure it's accessible? Does it have to be in Braille? Does it have to have audio in case someone is vision impaired? That kind of those kinds of concerns in making it functional on the ground for everyone, not just the majority. I would wonder I would be interested as far as just general landmarks in the downtown context. And I think we have a rough, I think every department has a rough map of borders of where downtown is. And I don't know, we've cemented an official downtown border. So I'd be fine exploring how far, what it would take to have landmarks happen there. And at that point, because I know we love collaboration up here, rather than clutter it up by us having signs, the county having signs, the library having signs, the sheriff having signs, if it'd be worth it that they cover part of that expense, since plenty of folks try to go to the DMV, plenty of folks try to go to the sheriff's office or the county building for many other services. If there could be a cost sharing mechanism there, at least as far as the downtown component. For better or worse, our downtown is full of government agencies and offices, and a lot of folks have difficulty actually locating where those are and getting to the services they need. So I think, just to surmise, I think I'm in favor of a very limited kind of trial run. I hesitate at the cost, but I'm interested in a limited look at landmarks within the downtown context and seeing if we could share any of those costs with all those other agencies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Spicer, the efforts are already underway for wild spaces, public places. Is that, I want to ask about money, funding. Will their sign making system or project, is that fully funded by wild spaces, public places, direct dollars? And then my question is where could we possibly use wild spaces, public places upfront now, and whether that can cover all parks, if the park itself is not a wild spaces, public places, can the project be an eligible wild spaces, public places thing as opposed to one park that also got an upgrade?
I apologize. I'm not going to have that answer for you. I got a very brief update from staff on the current efforts. I'm not sure if anyone else does, but I can certainly follow up and get that information.
Okay.
If it's not available right now.
So that's just an idea.
We got a thumbs up from his.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somewhere, somehow. Okay. And then if I can be reminded, is the proposed Heritage Trail, is that under Parks and Recreation? Is it? No,
It's GCRA.
It's GCRA. I have literally written down PRCA and GCRA. And so then the question about how we make sure, because that was not mentioned in this specific presentation, but how we make sure that we don't, in the process, because Heritage Trail by definition is going to have signs of some sort, right? And then how we either maintain the ability for it to be, I don't want to use the word co-branding, but whether it all lines up with a larger wayfinding, or whether it is very, very separate, because we want it to be separate. But at the same time, if we've done all this stuff in the city, and then if it's so different that it starts to look like, oh, is that a county thing? You know, just, I'm just interested where that kind of fits into here, since we heard from Department of Transportation, Wild Space and Public Places, PRCA, but then GCRA for that one. So that's just, I'm interested to hear whether from the GCRA side, how they've been feeling. I know we're still early, but how they've been feeling about the signage and wayfinding, and then how from all these other departments. Yeah. And then I have one, that's probably a more important question to talk, and I think we're going to be probably some conversation. But I just have a question on research of effective language. Just, does that include that young people don't say certain things that older folks say, like a parking garage versus a parking this, or diagonal versus catty corner? And does that research include, I mean, definitely people who are not from the United States originally, there's just different names for things, but particularly age, because like Commissioner Sacco said, well, she didn't say that age-wise, but younger people are not likely to stop a stranger and ask them where to go. They will search on their phone for far too long. So I just wondered, is that the language stuff, is that also about age, not just different languages, but?
Yeah, I think it's generally referring to making sure that you're using language that's understood and can be clearly communicated. So it would, presumably include a variety of different approaches to that.
Okay, and then the Heritage Trail, I'm sure, I think, will be more some conversation about something. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So before I go to the next one, which will be Commissioner Eastman, let me remind everybody that signs are going to get made no matter what. When we renovate a park, we're going to put signs up. When we create a trail, we're going to put signs up. The question is, are we intentional about those signs working together, or do we just put signs up? And we have leaned toward, in the past, despite probably some best intentions, just putting some signs up. And what I'm interested in is a coherent system of signs that is intentional, that where appropriate identifies the funding source very clearly, but it makes clear that it's part of the City of Gainesville's wayfinding signage plan. So just to put that out there. We're going to have signs. Are they useful, and are they intentional, and do they work together is what we have not always answered in the past. Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, leaping off of that, I was hoping to hear from the staff that was overseeing the wayfinding, to hear what that intentionality is for what you're doing with urban trails. Like, what is it focused on trying to show where hotspots are nearby, or is it just to connect those urban trails and parks together, or sort of what is the main focus of that, and where are we hoping to go with that at the moment? Sarah, maybe this is a Betsy question.
Mayor, City Commission, Betsy Waite, Director of Wild Spaces, Public Places, Napa Parks, Recreation, Cultural Affairs. So we're very early, so I've been working with some transportation planners. And so we're super early in the design stage, looking at mile markers and just key identification, so directional signs, as Morgan pointed out. So we have kind of 4 different standard signs. And again, we're very high level, very preliminary right now. Mm-hmm. But that's our goal.
I mean, I like the idea. I actually took, when I was in Tallahassee recently, I took some photos at Cascades Park at some of the ones they had up there, and and it reminded me of one of the things that I really like when I go to a city that I don't know is, usually I can pull out my phone and I can kind of say where I want to go. I'll look up Yelp reviews and find a nice restaurant. But what wayfinding shows me is when I go to that walkable area that has restaurants or things nearby, I look at a sign map and I say, oh wow, I didn't realize that Cascades Park was right here in Tallahassee, or that there's a cool skateboard place that's just to the south of it, and it kind of expanses out the city to you in a way that you probably wouldn't if you were just Googling something trying to figure it out real quick. And I like it when other cities have that sort of thing. It certainly it makes it lets you know that there's more to this city than maybe originally meets the eye. And I think that's particularly true in Gainesville, where we have, as you mentioned, 140,000 people. Sometimes a lot of people come into the city, but we also have a kind of steady flow of people that are here for 4 to 8 years thereabouts, and many of them kind of exist near the University of Florida, They usually figure out in their senior year that's actually a much cooler city than they realized it was, but by then they're about to get out of here and just realize that Sweetwater Wetlands Park is a neat place to go, and they can bring a date to Lachua Trail and things like that. And it would be, and trying to pick apart that and find little strategies, putting up wayfinding near UF or near downtown to let people know who are both coming in or people that are here, maybe short term, getting their education, I think is really useful. But to me, it seems like this is really about saying how do we, that Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs has done, I think, a really great job with these wayfinding. And all the new signs that are coming up look really good, and they have consistent branding to them, but kind of moving it beyond the scope of that and saying how do we move that in downtown, how do you have maps that are up there, how do you kind of give a sense of place to each one of those. I think that kind of expanding it out using, I would imagine, the same branding. I wouldn't want to change around too much because we already have branding guidelines, things are already being created. But kind of maybe identifying a couple of key places where there are high pedestrian areas, like near the University of Florida, in downtown, along, because this is supposed to be human scale type, things that are going in there. Where are people actually going? How do we, highlight that so that we can direct people to the Heritage Trail? One of the things that also shocked me as someone when I first moved here was Gainesville is this place where you kind of have to know where things are or you'll never find out where they are. So I know, and living in Pleasant Street, the Pleasant Street Historic Society comes out with this great pamphlet. And when I finally found that, I was able to learn the area around that, learn the history of it. It really gave me a sense of an appreciation for the place. I think anything we can do that can help people that are living here, that are trying to understand where things are, where these parks are, I think would be quite helpful. And so just a couple outside of the sort of parks plan and the urban trails plan would probably be a good place to start to get that moving. So yeah, that's all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can appreciate, anything that allows our city to become more easily navigatable. I wanted to speak to the issue of the Heritage Trail. I thought I had seen Mo here a little bit earlier, along with the director, the new director of GCRA. He wouldn't be able to speak to it, but perhaps she could give a little bit of historical context. What I recall when the wayfinding was being done for that was there were monies, specific monies that were set aside out of GCRA. And so one of my questions would be, would we be able to use or consider a portion of GCRA funding to take a look at this? But specifically to the design, I think that one of the things I know that one of the issues that came up when conversations with the community in the Fifth Avenue and Pleasant Street community were had was there was the desire to be distinct. And while I think it's always going to be important for us as a city to have something that is unified and cohesive because we are the city of Gainesville, there is something very unique about each historic community. And so Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, through the GCRA Heritage Trail project, they came up with different colors that were designed to be very intentional about what that community represented. And I like that idea. So I also like the idea of wayfinding or designating certain signage for different historic districts in the city. So as we move forward with considering whatever it is that we do, I'd be very, very interested in how we were able to show a cohesive Gainesville through signage, but also one that is very distinctive in terms of its recognition and acknowledgement of historic spaces, historic neighborhoods and communities. But I definitely would be interested in exploring what GCRA funds might be available.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. I totally agree. There's opportunity to, again, we're going to make signs. How we make those signs special to and appropriate for the neighborhoods that they're in, for the districts that they're in, so to speak, can be made very specific and very meaningful to that neighborhood, while still maintaining an overall, oh yeah, I'm in Gainesville understanding of the sign. And I think that the funding for that, certainly for a large part of places where people go in Gainesville, can be handled through GCRA funding.
I wanted to add this too, Mr. Mayor, and I wonder too if it might not be interesting to consider, we've talked a lot about maps and GISing, just in terms of the city having its own map where we designate or pinpoint, here are places of interest. Here is where this district is. Here are where these restaurants are, et cetera, et cetera. So perhaps that can also become a part of our wayfinding that is more electronic, so to speak. But I wanted to just throw that out there, and also, once again, that part of funding to potentially fund that.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on the last comment by the Mayor Pro Tem, I wasn't planning to talk about that, but so Visit Gainesville and the Tourism Council has the capability to put anything that we like in their maps and stuff at an expense that we don't bear. So that's something. So if we have some things that maybe of interest that are missing, I believe we have the capability to probably move that through staff if you had some things that would be of interest there. And it's always a good idea to make sure you're showcasing some of the things that may be hidden treasures in Gainesville. So, Mr. Mayor, an interesting research report here, and I think of the ones that we've done, Ms. Spicer, it's one of the most comprehensive I've actually seen by Ms. Ehrlich. I guess she's no longer with us as a policy research fellow, is that right?
Yes, Kayla graduated this past semester.
Okay, well, good for her. So this is very good information. I think just from a public perspective, I don't have direction. Just a couple of comments as it relates to the report. What most people see on here is essentially the outline, or the PowerPoint that represents the presentation on a much more comprehensive, built-out report. And in that report, I was going through it. Wayfinding it's not just the ability to get to places and speak across languages and ethnicities. It's also a key component of safety under crime prevention through environmental design. So good wayfinding actually helps change behaviors in ways that make our communities safer. So that's pretty important. And that was mentioned in one of the reports. These are just a couple of things that maybe we can get some more context in down the road. Ms. Spicer, on one of the pages in the actual full report, it talks about neon lighting. I'm neither a proponent nor against neon lighting, but I know that it is currently prohibited in the city of Gainesville, and the codes related to that may have been written when neon was a very different looking signage element. So I would be interested in just perhaps seeing some of the context for why it's actually prohibited in the city of Gainesville. Again, I don't weigh in on one side or the other. I just like a little more information for the future. That's on page 7 of the actual full report. On page 9, related to our kind of downtown area, some good work by Ms. Ehrlich. It does categorize the downtown strategic plan and talks about some of the things in the historic core and talks about a growing hospitality cluster. And I think probably when it was written that may have been the case, but at the moment I don't think anecdotally it's a growing hospitality cluster. It may actually be declining. So it's just something we want to pay attention to for our downtown area. And then one other comment on page 13 of the full report. I thought that this is really helpful from a standpoint of wayfinding, and it talks about one of the most critical aspects of a comprehensive wayfinding system is the ability of its components, and I think we probably reference this, to be instantly recognizable as the primary source of direction. And this is where you cross barriers and language and people's ability to understand, which I think was a very good point made by Commissioner Sacco, that we want things to be instantly recognizable. The consistent use of symbols, typefaces, colors, and patterns across the system is critical for developing an organized and cohesive wayfinding system. So I'm not sure what the reference from that was, but that's very good information in the report. And I think that probably is the intentionality that you may have been referencing, Mr. Mayor. There's been some other reference to, whether there's too much signage or too little signage, and either one is extremely ineffective in its thing. It's got to be the appropriate signage in the appropriate way. One other good suggestion that I did hear made, I think it was you, Commissioner Sacco, dealt with the collaboration on downtown. Multiple organizations with multiple forms of signage probably lends itself to at least communicating with each other to make sure that it either looks consistently or provides consistent direction. And that may be something, Ms. Manager, you just think about down the road, is the way that we communicate when one government organization is attempting to put up signs in especially a cluster like the urban core. And again, because too much can be ineffective and too little can be ineffective. But if we're communicating that with our other, especially government organizations downtown, or things like Midtown, or areas where there's likely to be a lot of density and a lot of activity, the ability to be really intentional, I like that term, with the signage would be to our benefit as a city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buck.
Spicer.
So I saw some CRA staff come in. Did you want to restate any questions you might have for? Yeah.
I did. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I believe I'll ask for Mo, I think. Thank you very much. Mo, we were just having a conversation about wayfinding, and the Heritage Trail came up. And so I know that I was present there for most, if not all, of those conversations. So just for a little bit of clarity, for those who were not there, and also for a little bit of context, can you speak to us a little bit about, first of all, I think it might be interesting to hear who the Heritage Trail used to do its wayfinding, but also can you talk to us a little bit about the process as to how GCRA started moving towards these colors for the signs, et cetera, and where we are now on that?
Sure. At this time, I do want to remind everyone that we are under the cone of silence with Heritage Trail.
Oh, thank you.
And so I can continue with some of the conversation, but on a high level, we do have some wayfinding that would be the next steps that we're actually actively looking at right now to bring forward to work with the community and do engagement around the wayfinding that we have from the consultant from before. One of the other pieces was this piece that was presented to everyone today. We want to make sure that there's connectivity with the wayfinding that's there with the University of Florida, with Innovation District, with the city's wayfinding. And so I think the timing of this and bringing it forward out of the cone of silence will be an excellent time to bring that forward and also with the community.
And I can appreciate that. Thank you for reminding us that we're under the cone of silence. If I'm not mistaken, I do remember previously in a previous Heritage Trail effort or phase, there were discussions about colors for particular signs and how it would be distinct given some research or conversations that were had with the community. Am I correct?
That is correct. And the colors are in the branding of the Heritage Trail.
Okay, that's just what I wanted everybody to hear, that that was one of the distinct things that happened for that specific community. But we're also talking about cohesion up here in wayfinding and how we're able to consider making communities unique in their branding or in their signage, but also having a very solidified and cohesive wayfinding mechanism for the city at large.
Correct.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm not sure that we have a path forward, so to speak, in the wayfinding area. Pardon the pun, but I did want us to have this discussion and bring it top of mind so that as we continue adding signs, because again, we do make signs. Every time we renovate a park, we have new signage. Every time we add a trail, we have new signage. When we renovate a building, we have new signage. I want us to keep this top of mind so that we don't go off in different directions for each department. We don't need PRCA signs that are very recognizable within the PRCA sub-organization and GCRA sub-organization signs that are very recognizable for that, but they don't connect with each other. And I really want to, I can't stress enough that we need to design it for people who don't already know where everything is. It's easy for us to say, well, I already know where that is. We don't need a sign for that. But that's a small percentage of Gainesville. And it's not just people moving here. The people who have been here for decades who, if you tell them, oh, that's over in the Innovation District, they don't know what you're talking about. If you work there, you know, but you shouldn't have to know the secret handshake to know which part of town somebody's talking about. It should be really obvious for everybody. So let's, my hope for all of us as we move forward is that we keep that in mind. And I'm going to ask at some point in the not distant future that we have another discussion about this with some specific direction to move forward. So I don't see any other comments up here. Did anybody sign up for this public comment?
Mr. Colley Blunt.
Welcome, Mr. Blunt.
Hello. I like the idea of wayfinding signs. You have some downtown. They have great contrast with the black background and bright lettering. But I just wonder why some of those signs still bear the name Kirby Smith. This person helped identify Kirby Smith as a bloodthirster, a Confederate who ordered the killing of black captive Union soldiers. And the school board took the name down without argument, yet it's still on multiple signs around downtown. Not a very fun reminder.
Thank you for pointing that out, and I'm sure staff hears that, and we can make adjustments. Honestly, first time anybody brought it to the attention of the commission. So, thank you. Anyone else?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. I don't see any further lights. So, Madam Clerk, what's next?
Our next item is 2023-532, Wild Spaces and Public Places Update Presentation on the proposed 2024 through 2026 work plan, with the recommendation that the General Policy Committee, 1, hear a presentation, and 2, provide input on the Wild Spaces and Public Places work plan to establish priorities for 2024 through 2026.
Welcome, Ms. Wade.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity. Okay. All right, so this afternoon, we're excited to kick things off with a discussion of all things park recreation and cultural affairs. So we're going to be discussing our priorities from staff's perspective, and we're going to be bringing you a list of projects that we intend to begin from 2024 to 2026. And we would love to receive your input. So we're going to start today's discussion by going over our Wild Spaces and Public Places organizational chart. We have some new faces on the City Commission, so maybe you're not aware of the staff that are bringing forward these projects. I'll next discuss how the department establishes Wild Spaces and Public Places project priorities. And then we're going to briefly revisit the highlights from the PRC needs assessment that you saw last month. Then we're going to review the current Wild Spaces and Public Places work plan before diving into our proposed work plan. And then I'm going to end today with kind of a feel-good 1-minute presentation on how Wild Spaces and Public Places funds are helping to support the local economy. Okay, so this is our teams. So the Wild Spaces and Public Places team is comprised of 5 individuals. I began this position in 2018. So Peter McNeese and myself, we are the ones managing projects with the support of Yolanda Hawker, who is all things Wild Spaces logistics, Jody Romani, who provides our construction inspection support, and Angie Gould, who is all things marketing communications, and is designing those lovely signs you're seeing at all of our new parks. So some of you may be wondering, how did we come up with the size of this team? So I began the position as the only budgeted Wild Spaces and Public Places personnel, and so I had the opportunity to write job descriptions and actually build the team from scratch. So it was a great opportunity. It took a little bit of time and effort, and so I looked at the distinct needs of this specific program and kind of built the team out from there. So right now I feel the team is balanced with the 5 of us. So we could hypothetically add more project managers, but then we'd also need to staff up construction inspection, signage support, and other services. So that's how we got to where we are today. And this is relative because we're going to be going into how many projects we can begin in the coming years and how we prioritize those projects. And so just looking at the team, hopefully it helps make sense. Okay. So one thing we always get asked, which I think is really, really important, is how do we prioritize our projects, right? How do we come up with these lists that we bring forward to you every so often to get approval? So we, Roxana Gonzalez, Leslie Ladendorf, and myself, and all of the PRC managers, so we meet and review all of our outstanding projects from the Vision 2020 Master Plan, and we also review previously completed Wild Spaces approved work plans. We then review our updated needs assessment report, which we just recently received, and we determine what needs have a high priority according to the community. We also take into account City Commissioner requests and guidance from the City Manager. We review our ballot referendum language and State Statute 212.055, which guides how we can spend these funds. We also review input from our advisory boards, and we have multiple of those. And we also review our interlocal agreements that we have with Alachua County for our joint projects. So we have a handful of joint projects under agreements from the last round of Wild Spaces. So once we kind of do that holistic review, step 2 is to then assemble a list of potential projects. So this step took multiple iterations internally, and I assume there's probably going to be a couple more iterations based on your feedback we received from you today. And you know, it's really difficult. We always want to do as much as possible, and often we want to do everything at once. And so when we've been meeting with, you know, internally with all of our managers, we want to do everything under the sun. And it's really hard to prioritize, well, what has to come first? So again, some really hard decisions, but we're proud of the list we're going to be bringing forward to you today. And then step 3, so we use the following criteria to determine which projects we really would be able to begin first from the future list. So we assess the current conditions of our parks and facilities, and then we identify what parks and facilities have specific needs. We also identify what amenities are lacking based on the needs assessment, and then we look at staff's capacity. So there's a Wild Spaces team, but we rely heavily upon the expertise of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs staff. So they're our main stakeholders. They know their facilities in so much detail that they provide us a lot of knowledge. So we look at their staff capacity and kind of how we can roll out projects. And the final step is step 4. So we bring you periodic updates and get permission to begin new projects with assigned budgets. Okay, so this is just a brief highlight from our needs assessment, which you received a detailed presentation on last month. So we took this information into consideration when we formulated our proposed list of projects that we would like to begin in 2024 through 2026. So you're going to see a lot of trail projects, which should not be a surprise. We also are going to be asking for permission to look at a potential kayak and canoe launch, because that was significant as far as the needs of our community. And you're also going to see a large improvement proposed to our, probably our most valued nature center here in the city of Gainesville. And we have some of the pickleball community with us today, and hopefully they'll be happy to see an expansion of pickleball. Okay, and then again, this is another slide from the previous presentation you received in May. So we looked at some other top priority opportunities. So our current work plan is going to address some of the lighting concerns. So we have a $2 million lighting overhaul project that's going to be brought before you very soon for City Commission approval. So it is already budgeted in our current work program. And we're going to be asking for permission to look at and see what opportunities there are for land acquisition in District 3. So I definitely heard that as a priority of the commission and from the needs assessment. Okay, so I'm going to briefly touch on projects that are currently in construction. So we have 6 projects that are underway. So out at Unity Park, if you've driven by recently, there's quite a bit of action. So in the next few weeks, they will be tying into the sewer main along Northeast 31st Avenue and connecting all the final utilities. So once those utility connections are made, the restroom can be activated. So just a few weeks out from that happening. At Forest Park, this project is going exceptionally well. This project is fantastic. So this is an aerial photo showing that all 4 fields have been graded. So now they're working on growing in the sports turf for the grass. And they're also working on volleyball courts, all the dog park amenities. There's some resurfacing and additions happening to those basketball courts, which will have dual striping for pickleball, and some other great improvements here. And you see the light structures are installed as well. All right, at Possum Creek Park, the skate park now has lighting. So we are working, so the skate park lights were installed, and those, that kind of piece of the project is complete, and now we're working with GRU Electric to install lights in the parking lot so we can really provide a safe space for people to utilize after dark. So we're just a few weeks away from activating this space for later hours of use. All right, Ann Park, which is a very tiny park. I think this is about only 1 acre in size. So we worked with the Public Works Department and completed some accessibility improvements. So you now have an accessible pathway through the park, connecting to the pavilion and to the basketball court. There's musical instruments that were installed, and park staff is just waiting for the concrete to cure for a couple more weeks, and they're going to install the final piece of that project, which is a really nice swing set.
I'm not sure everybody knows where Ann Park is. So.
So it is maybe a mile north of Northside Park, if that helps. We can get back to you as well.
And generally in the Northwood Oaks, Northwood Pines area there.
Okay. Yep. Out at Tom Petty Park, work is underway, regrading all of the softball fields. So this project includes regrading the fields, growing in new turf for those 3 softball fields, installing 6 shade structures over the bleachers, and constructing that accessible pathway to all 3 fields. We're also going to be purchasing new scoreboards, new water fountains, installing new water lines to service the entire park. The pavilion's going to get restained, the dugouts get repainted, and the restroom building also gets spruced up. And this project completes in the fall. All right, at the Hippodrome, this is the cinema. So you can see the cinema looks vastly different. So the cinema is getting a complete overhaul. So new seating is going to be coming in July. There's new acoustical panels, a new screen. There's some new lighting. And this project is also going very well. We're actually a little ahead of schedule. And the 1st and 2nd floor restrooms are also getting renovated. So you need some new bathroom partitions. The floors are getting redone. So a nice facelift at Hippodrome. Okay, so in addition to the 6 projects that we currently have in construction, we have 15 projects that the City Commission has budgeted. So we have, they're either in planning, design, permitting, or procurement. So I will run through these pretty quickly, and then I can pause if there's any questions on specific projects. And these are organized in the timeline that we anticipate them going to construction. So if you're wondering about that. So our two poolside projects are under contract, and we anticipate the work beginning one project in a couple weeks and the other one a little bit later down the road. So we're going to have 2 fully functional pool slides by the end of the summer, which is very exciting. So our park and field lighting overhaul project, so this is lighting additions and improvements at 5 locations to include Tom Petty Park, Core P. Roberson Park, Albert Ray Massey Park, Green Tree Park, and Fred Cone Park. And this project should kick off in the fall. So we're currently working on bidding out the replacement of the farmhouse roof and the schoolhouse deck at Morningside Nature Center. We're also working on bidding out the Lincoln Yard Trail project. So this is a trail that spans from Southeast 10th Place to Southeast 8th Avenue to the north, and it's on city-owned right-of-way that's just east of the Lincoln Estates neighborhood. So equivalent to Southeast 20th Street. Okay. We also have 2 small projects that are underway at Bo Diddley Plaza. So we're doing some brainstorming to address some drainage issues on the stage. And we also have that one section with brick pavers. It's all heaved up from our lovely live oak tree. They're trying to find a solution to as well, while still maintaining the tree. At Duval Park, we're designing some improvements. So this project includes construction of a parking lot, a trail, adult fitness equipment, and a playground. And then we have the Northeast 31st Avenue Trail, which is, we are getting close to completing development review. So this project should be moving forward either later this year or early the following. We have our Sweetwater Recreational Trails. This is a trail from Sweetwater Wetlands Park to Sweetwater Preserve, and it is in design. We have a project at Alfred A. Ring Park, and this is in the early stages of planning. We have a project of the Sweetwater Recreational Trail. This is from Southeast Williston Road to Depot Park. We're in the later stages of planning, and we'll be entering development review in the coming months. And then we have the Thelma Bolton Center project on this list. So we were recently approved to move forward with the hybrid restoration option. So we're currently negotiating design services with the design firm that took us, or I guess that helped us with the restoration design. So we have to renegotiate design services for them to provide this different scope of work. We're also going to be putting out an RFQ for construction manager at risk services. So working on writing the RFQ as well. All right, for Bulwer Springs, so we recently completed the conceptual master planning phase, and we're also negotiating design services for full design and permitting with Jones Edmonds. We're also looking at some land opportunities for the Festival and Arts Park, and the City Commission just last week approved us to enter into a contract to, with Kimley Horn to design the Southwest 47th Avenue Trail. So we're going to be kicking off design on that project very soon. I can take a pause if there's questions on stuff in construction or already budgeted and underway.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wade. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, can you speak a little bit more on the Festival and Arts Park? Do we have a location for that, and what is the plan with that going forward?
There is a project budget, but it's been a real struggle to try to find 60-plus acres within the city of Gainesville limits. So there was a parcel of interest just off a racetrack road that was just on the edge of the city of Gainesville limits that looked very viable, and unfortunately we could not react fast enough. We were not the highest bidder. We did not get that property, so staff is still looking, but it's very challenging.
And so we're focusing primarily on at least close into the city of Gainesville limits, and this is mostly the medieval fair there's no festival area in the Alachua County area, and we need a place at least for the medieval fair, which is an ongoing, beloved thing that we do every year. Have we considered looking, further out, or we're talking with the county at all for a location to working with us on this? Generally, when I see these sort of things, I see counties run their fairgrounds. I understand the city's doing it primarily because we have a very large event that goes out there. But have we considered looking a little bit further out and just owning it and leasing that out over time?
We have absolutely looked at properties outside the city of Gainesville limits because it's so difficult to find any piece of land the size we need. With that being said, the permitting process, everything is definitely more convenient if we can have it inside the city limits. Cultural Affairs staff is leading the charge on this. They're actively working with our land rights coordinator. It's very challenging. It's a competitive market, and other people are reacting very quickly when land becomes available.
All right, that's my other question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along the same line of the Festival and Arts Park, which I incorrectly call Fair Park, that is not correct, you said you need 60 acres is kind of what we've been looking at?
Commissioner, I believe at or about 60 acres is an ideal amount of space to facilitate medieval fair and also a lot of other events that used to happen at the fairgrounds that got displaced.
Okay, and that was kind of my other question is, it could be a somewhat multi-use, space, though perhaps not a ton of infrastructure would we be building?
We haven't gone through any type of conceptual master plan. I know staff loosely has some estimates of what it takes to facilitate the Hogtown Medieval Fair, but then providing some additional flexibility. So we have kind of like a loose outline of some infrastructure we would need, absolutely.
Okay, I think a conversation that has started is in regards to Ironwood Golf Course, and there's lots of opinions about it, but is Ironwood, the land we have at Ironwood Golf Course, is it big enough or roughly suitable for this Festival and Arts Park?
I can't answer that question in detail, Commissioner, but we can definitely respond with a memo with a better analysis and more information for you.
Right. I'm interested in is the hydrology, subsoil surface, can it just handle golf carts and, and golfers, or is there other potential? Just because there's increased conversation about that. Also, in the 2012 master plan, it identified with an X the need for a neighborhood park literally on the north side of the current Ironwood Golf Course. So when I see those past maps and current concerns and current priorities, I start to see that there could be a nexus of perhaps taking care of a lot of different things, but that's based on a lot of other decisions. So I just want to put that out there for people to kind of see. And I do have a question about all the current work plan in reference to, so we have the 2012 master plan, but now we have a new update. Is some of what we heard on the update, and I know probably in small groups, they say, this is what we want, and you're like, we got a plan for that. It's already here, it's already budgeted, or it's already in work. How much of this represents kind of, by the time we finish this, we will have already achieved some of the identified needs in our most recent update?
Off the top of my head, I can definitely say that we are actively pursuing a number of trails, and trails in general being one of the highest priorities from the needs assessment. So I think, we've definitely heard that that's been a recurring theme. So I think we're doing well with promoting trails, I guess. But there's definitely other opportunities we'll kind of show in the proposed list that aren't on the current work plan of some gaps.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you. Ms. Wade, can you tell me a little more about the Lincoln Yard Trail?
Yes, ma'am. So Lincoln Yard Trail is it's a trail / linear park. So it's on the east side of the Lincoln Estates neighborhood from 8th Avenue down to Southeast 10th Avenue. And it's in city-owned right-of-way. And so it is a pathway that's adjacent to, there's 2 city stormwater ponds that are fenced, that would remain fenced. So the pathway kind of navigates through them, and then there's a handful of adult fitness equipment opportunities, and then it connects right into Lincoln Estates. So it would mainly service the Lincoln Estates neighborhood.
Right. So what is the plan for that? Are you creating that? Is this something new that you're creating? Is it something that's already there? This was something that was new to me. So I've never seen it. So what I'm asking you is to tell me more, is this currently there and you're going to be adding amenities to it? Or is this something that you're literally creating?
Commissioner, this is a new trail and it'll be a
Okay.
new linear park. So it is actually designed, I want to say the design completed kind of at the start of COVID. So it got put on hold per the direction of the city manager at that point in time. And it's really just been a matter of staff having the availability to really manage it.
Okay.
So it's next on my list. I'll personally be managing that one.
Okay. All right. So it runs through, you said there's 2 stormwater ponds, a trail, and we're going to add some fitness equipment.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I can definitely send you the design set if you'd like to take
I
a
would
look. I
definitely
can follow
love to
up
take a
on
look
that.
when you get a chance. Thank you very much. I conclude.
Question to tag on to that.
Sure.
I don't have the light, which isn't related to the project. Doesn't it come out right where basically we're planning the E-Heady complex?
On 8th Avenue, it is across from that. And we also have
It's right
another
there, I think.
proposed multi-use trail on the north side of 8th Avenue that I think will get a lot of traffic once E-Heady is underway.
Thanks for allowing me to jump in on that question. I think that was actually, the trailhead was basically right there.
I had forgotten that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Thank you.
So something that I find interesting and kind of heartening is that not just in this conversation, but in general, as we talk more about E-Heady and about the Lincoln Yard Trail and a variety of other things, we're not going to be able to just say 8th Avenue and most people understand that we're talking about North 8th Avenue. We're going to have to start delineating very specifically between North 8th Avenue and Southeast 8th Avenue because there's a lot more going on Southeast 8th Avenue. So that's a good thing. Anyway. Yeah. Yes. Okay, go ahead, please.
All right. So I want to touch very briefly on 2 important projects that you're not going to see on our proposed list of new projects to begin from 2024 to 2026. So the Cultural Arts Center feasibility study is underway, and I've been told has an estimated completion date in late October. And then our sports complex and 8th Avenue and Waldo feasibility study is underway, is estimated to complete in January. So you're not going to see these projects on our proposed list because we're not sure on the outcomes of those feasibility studies. So once those feasibility studies complete, you're going to get standalone presentations on those 2 studies. And then from there, we could absolutely get them added onto the wild spaces list, or maybe they're DCRA wild spaces and city general government. I'm not sure exactly what they look like. So touch briefly there.
Commissioner Chestnut, you had a question specific to that?
Thank you. I think we were looking for the feasibility study for the sports complex to be back in the fall. Now it's moved to next year.
I've been told January. We can definitely get back to you on why it's proposed to be extended further.
Yeah, I was given some different information. So please, if you could get back with me, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, and now it's kind of to the meat of the presentation. So the next 3 slides are projects we're proposing to kick off from 2024 to 2026. We think it's a pretty ambitious list.
And when you say kickoff, in addition to the 20-plus projects that we are already in process.
Yes. So I'm going to begin with some caveats. So we have 6 projects in construction, and we have 15 projects that are budgeted that we're working on in different stages, either planning, design, procurement, or going through development review. So we are very busy right now, and again, we probably can't begin any new projects for a couple of months. So today's discussion, it can feel kind of preliminary. We can definitely come back to you in a couple months and have a revised list depending on your input from today. So we don't really need any final decisions at this point in time. And, okay. And then just another caveat that we look at staff availability within our Wild Spaces team and Parks and Rec staff as far as determining what we can actually feasibly begin. So it's kind of balancing workloads. And with that, so these next 3 slides are organized by PRCA division, if you're wondering the method to the madness. So we're going to kick things off with cultural affairs projects. So we have a proposed project for the Thomas Center A building. So this project would include a renovation of the elevator and some building rehabilitation as outlined in an envelope study which was recently conducted. And so we definitely need to repair or replace the fountain. It needs to be addressed to some form. And programming and rentals would be enhanced if we added some Wi-Fi infrastructure. So again, there's no budget assigned to these projects. These are more concepts for discussion today. Now the Hippodrome is next on the list. So we have made significant Wild Spaces investments in the Hippodrome over the last 5 years. And I'm sure we all love the Hippodrome. It is a phenomenal building. We are aware that there are some leaks in the roof. The gutter system is failing. So while not a very exciting project, we need to take care of that. And there's also a couple other infrastructure improvements we'd like to complete as well. The Willamita Johnson Center. So this is Gainesville's 2nd oldest fire station, which is a really beautiful building. So I think it's time for us to conduct a needs assessment, or rather an envelope study, to really understand what are the structural needs of that specific building. It hasn't been renovated in the last probably 20 or so years, so it's due for some improvements, but we don't know exactly what they are. And then we have a proposed project for Ironwood, and we probably need to accomplish this even if the city does decide to sell it, just to protect the investment. So we need to replace the irrigation well and the pump because those are at the end of their useful life. The next 3 projects fall under our Nature Operations Division. So at Morningside Nature Center, we need to complete a master plan for the park and then work in the design, permitting, and construction of a new nature center and other improvements. We know there's boardwalks that have been closed for quite some time out there, and some other infrastructure needs. We also kind of did a catch-all for our nature parks. So we have other boardwalks that are kind of nearing the end of their useful life. So they haven't failed yet, but they're on our radar. So we just kind of wanted a kind of catch-all statement for nature park improvements. We're looking at boardwalks and parking lot reconstructions. And at Palm Point Nature Center, or at Palm Point Nature Park, so we would like to explore the feasibility of adding a kayak and canoe launch. And this is a direct response to the outcome of the needs assessment. Okay.
So before we move on, Commissioner Chestnut has a question.
Okay, thank you. What exactly is an envelope study?
So we probably would hire a structural engineer and an architect, and they do a thorough analysis of the entire building. So in and out. So envelope, so you look at, exterior improvements and also interior.
Okay, I'm glad I asked. I was thinking more of a mail-out survey.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a building, and maybe it's somewhere else in this, and manager, pardon me if it's the wrong section of staff to talk about it, but this building envelope at some point has got to get on the radar because this building is not brand new anymore, and there are some issues that we've had with it. And I don't know if that comes up at some point in your list. I really don't know, or if that's something we need to consider otherwise. I don't want to sidetrack too much here, but
building would fit into the Wild Spaces public places.
It's a public place.
We'll talk about it.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I just wanted to put that out there because it is something we're going to need to have to considering at some point in the not too many years from now. So, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I see the. I guess I have a question on the Palm Point Park improvements. There's a boat launch right around the corner there at Earl P. Powers. So I saw that same thing with the kayak and canoe launches. But I wonder if that really helps address a need there when there is already access. It's not a city access, but it's a county access. around the corner, if we've looked at Bivens Arm or other, water areas, I recognize that we don't necessarily own the land near Bivens Arm and things like that, but looking at potentially acquiring land there would give open canoe and kayak access to that lake when there's already canoe and kayak and other boat access at Earl P. Powers.
Commissioner, that is a great point. We don't have the property at Bulwer, but maybe that's an opportunity we explore.
And then the nature park improvement and repairs, curious because part of the point I want to make on the trails, which I'll save for that particular item, is really trying to figure out what our trail systems look like within our existing parks and, formalizing those and getting those prepared. Is that like at Four Creeks Preserve where there's where it's not as usable as it could be with a couple of improvements or loblolly? Is that sort of what you guys are thinking here? Or is it just sort of like the existing infrastructure and just ensuring that that's up to standard?
For the multi-use trail improvement?
For the nature park improvements and repairs.
Oh, yeah. I guess for us, we're kind of looking at capital needs that were coming as far as replacing existing boardwalks and reconstructing and improving existing parking lots. So there is a project that the county is leading at Four Creeks Preserve that's going to improve access and add parking amenities.
Okay.
So that is underway, and the county is leading that.
Okay.
We're a partner.
Because we partnered with them from the West property, right? Okay. All right. Well, I'll leave my my thoughts on trails and things for my item that's coming up in a few. But thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sacco.
Just to clarify, the Thomas Center A building, is that the one with the Spanish Court or the one with Sustainable Development living in it?
The court.
Spanish Court, and that's the Wi-Fi, it's not wired for Wi-Fi currently? How did we have a meeting in there?
It's pretty limited. I think we're looking at improving the Wi-Fi capacity.
And because we rent it out as a social space, they would has that been a common complaint?
Yes. Yes, and there's also public facing versus internal. So there's some internal city intranet available, but we don't have public facing Wi-Fi.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sacco. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we'll probably have some items that'll have some members of the public speaking that'll probably help me in my decision making. But just as we're on this particular slide, the project's under construction, and before this with the Forest Park, I would say that I would advocate for some permanent structures as opposed to partial if we're able to make those aspects. That's specific to pickleball, which I know is going to be a part of discussion, but it's important to bring it up because it is our top recreational amenity that we're missing at the moment. That's just that particular park. Commissioner Sacco was just talking about the Thomas Center A, and I was actually focusing on the Wi-Fi infrastructure too. I tend to think that would take us far afield of what is wild spaces, public places, most appropriate use. I can't say appropriate because that's more of a legal question, but the most appropriate use where there's some cyber and infrastructure funds and probably funding streams we'd go. So I would not support looking at Wi-Fi infrastructure at the Thomas Center as a potential project there. It looks like, I'm just kind of scanning, that we probably have people who are going to speak about 3 areas that overlap with our kind of what we're thinking about for this $8+ million per year. Some members might be speaking towards Ironwood. They may be speaking towards amenities like pickleball, and they may be speaking towards Thelma Bolton. And I know, Mr. Mayor, I would just ask potentially before, at some point, we're probably going to want to hear from them together, and that might help us. And so I know it'll help me in some decision making. I like the projects. The trails were clearly identified in a needs assessment as a top. I thought it was really interesting when I saw kayak at the actual top because I didn't even know we had places to put out kayak. And I'm not saying that to be humorous or sarcastic. I just didn't realize that we had the capability to do that. And when I see Palm Point on there, I recognize that in fact we have a waterway that might facilitate that. But I think across the city, it would not be one of our greatest need assessments. In case it would probably be one of our lowest needs assessments within the city limits, where we probably would benefit from looking at future projects on the amenities side. So as we do infrastructure and park improvements, I think specifically to Southwest Gainesville. It's not in District 2, it's in District 3, but I think it's very good that you're looking for land acquisition. And where we talk about land acquisition, we are going to be thinking both trails but amenities. What are the recreational potentials that are our biggest trends now that people are using for the next 5, 10, 15 years? We have some data in our needs assessment it kind of alludes to that, but there are some clear trends there as far as what are the things that the most people will use, and I'd like to see those within the city limits. So those are just some comments at this point, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
Commissioner Buck. We got a couple more lights here, but we are going to get through the presentation before we go to public comment.
Yeah.
Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we talk about nature parks, is it only nature parks or does it include conservation areas?
So I guess our conservation areas fall within our nature park realm.
Okay. Just because they're called different things. Particularly in Southwest Gainesville, we have a lot of nature or conservation areas, but with very limited access, parking lots. And so when we say no new parking lots, Split Rock Conservation, Terwilliger Pond, Clear Lake is outside of my district, but it's right across the street on 62nd Boulevard. And those are great natural spaces, but it's very hard. Maybe it's just the wayfinding of, I don't even know where a trailhead is, and I've been in these neighborhoods knocking, driving, could not tell you how to access them, hence I never have. And so my concern, if it's that we're not really doing any new, some of our areas are kind of hidden gems. They're tucked away. Some of that may be perhaps good because I don't know if they're sensitive or whatever, but I know that if we don't provide easier access, then they're really only accessible to people with utmost knowledge or the ability to, I don't know, walk further and deeper to even figure out where a trailhead would be. And so I know that those are a couple areas that I'm concerned that some people may say we have these great nature parks, but if we can't get to them, even if on the edge of, if there's no place to just chain up a bicycle or an electric scooter, it starts to have less utility, at least in my mind. So it's one of the things I'm interested in, how we go forward, those nature parks and conservation areas. As far as the kayak, I think Mr. Book mentioned about it didn't seem like it's the highest need, but because we have zero in our needs assessment, right, it was partially about what we hear from people, but then whether we have it or not, if we have nothing, that's why it rises in our needs assessment, right? And then methodology.
I'd have to get back to you on the methodology. I did not lead that study, but we could definitely get more information
I
back.
kind of understood it sort of like that because people can say, it's like, what do they love versus what do they just not have enough of? So like, we can love Depot Park, but it's there. We have it, let's say theoretically, we have enough of it. And so I know that somewhere in there was this idea of what people most want versus do they identify it as there's nowhere to do it. So I think, if I remember, that's why kayak kind of came up. I love the idea of Bivens Arm eventually for kayak because it's right by my house. Not that I want to kayak with alligators, but I understand that on the far east side of town, it's great, beautiful lake, but it's also very far from the center of our gravity. Bivens Arm, it would be a little more local to people, but yeah, we don't own any land there. I think that's all I had for this item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. So Wild Spaces funds would allow us, I think I've seen it in some of the parks, to lay down piping for like water or cable for electricity, right? If it's not pre-existing. So similarly, the Wi-Fi infrastructure would be laying out the infrastructure for it, even if we're paying for the Wi-Fi service as a different pot of fund. The infrastructure itself should be no different than water or electricity putting into a building.
Yeah, if it supports, public use, it's a park or a cultural amenity and has a lifespan of at least 5 years, we could probably wrap it under a capital improvement.
Thank you. Because I think it's very important that Commissioner Book mentioned amenities, and I don't think Wi-Fi, we had this discussion last year, Wi-Fi is no longer an amenity. It is a necessity for many things, and especially as we try to make the most use of our spaces, especially the Thomas Center. I think that's a worthwhile investment so that everyone can use this space, not just those who have like their own hotspot or other uses. But thank you for clarifying that it is allowed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, back to the next slide.
All right, just to respond to Commissioner Willett's comments on Split Rock. So we have been trying to pursue land rights acquisition so we could build a parking lot off of, 20th Avenue for multiple years. Alachua Conservation Trust is actually working on our behalf to try to negotiate some land rights, and it's been very difficult. So
Now that you mention that, I do remember it somewhere about some sort of project there and it wasn't on the list. Thank you.
Okay, so it's going to touch on some proposed trails. So the first 4 trails are projects that are already underway, but I just wanted to kind of group them here with, our future trail projects, so you can see that we have a number of trail projects we would love to have completed within the city of Gainesville. So the first 4 trails, so you have the Sweetwater Recreational Trail, so Williston Road to Depot Park, and then Sweetwater Wetlands Park to Sweetwater Preserve, our Northeast 31st Avenue Trail, and then the Lincoln Yard Trail. So we've already touched on those 4. And then the 5 additional trails, so the Southwest 47th Avenue Trail, we're getting ready to begin design on that. Southeast 8th Avenue Trail, so this would be from the G-Tech building to Waldo Road. So I think that would get a lot of use. And then Southeast 15th Street Trail, so from Bulwer Springs north to Southeast 8th Avenue. I think also another very important corridor. We would like to begin taking a look at the Sweetwater Greenway. So this would connect the 6th Street Trail to East University Avenue. And then we've also had some interest from the community in a potential skills or pump course. So kind of for our mountain bike side of the house. So we'd like to explore the opportunity as well. Okay. Okay. If there's no questions on trails. Oh.
Commissioner Willetts. Yeah.
Okay.
So Southwest 47th Avenue, that's really Butler Plaza. That's a connectivity in Butler Plaza, right? On the far west side of it. Does that sound right?
So this portion of Southwest 47th Avenue is from 34th Street, let me see, 40th Boulevard to Southwest 27th Street. So we have one portion of Southwest 47th Avenue and 40th Boulevard that was constructed a couple of years ago with Wild Spaces funds. So this is on the east side of 34th Street, if that helps make sense. And we can definitely send you a link to the bike ped map, which I'm a really visual person. That map is very useful for me.
Oh, 27th Street. Thank you. I'm flipping them in my mind and I was putting it in a different corner. Thank you.
Okay. All right, then moving on. So these are proposed projects that would fall under our park operations and our recreation divisions. So we heard from the pickleball community. Some members are with us today for pickleball advisors. So we are proposing to demolish the existing racquetball courts at Tom Petty Park, and we've done a rough schematic. We could fit 8 lit pickleball courts in that general space. So we'll see how the pickleball community feels about that today. At Kiwanis Challenge Park, we need to resurface the track, so it's a safety improvement. At Green Tree Park, we'd like to develop a dog park. So additional dog parks were a pretty high priority, and we have the space available at Green Tree Park. There's no other dog parks within a couple miles of that location. So we'd like to explore land acquisition in District 3. We're not sure on the scale. We need to see what's available, so it could be neighborhood or it could be more of a regional scale. But we'd love to find some land in District 3. We'd like to make improvements at Woodland Park. So this would be new court lighting, hardscape, adult fitness equipment, and we'd coordinate with GHA on future development of a multi-use trail. Smoky Bear Park needs a paved parking lot. So we would like to do that. And then I included kind of a holistic city pool improvement line here because we have 3 pools, and while they've received some updates, they are not new by any means as far as like the pool pumps and some of that infrastructure. So periodically, we have to replace those pumps, and the pools have other needs. Okay, and then we have 2 projects for our recreation centers. So we would like to conduct kind of a holistic overhaul on the T.B. McPherson Recreation Center and then Albert Ray Massey's Recreation Center. So this could be new plumbing, new HVAC, electrical upgrades, furniture, look at the windows, etc. So just kind of a holistic, assessment of those 2 buildings, and then doing some large renovations there.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to make sure I know that it's the right Kiwanis Park. It's the one attached to Green Tree.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that. A proposed project is that track, because I'm pretty sure I've fallen on that track more than once. It still has some life left in it for a bit, but it is a bit dangerous how it is right now. I guess as far as the dog park, because I'm trying to visualize the whole of it, and I know there's a lot of wooded area. Are we thinking of repurposing any of the space or taking out a chunk of the wooded area, or?
So the city owns a portion of property, if you look at the green tree side of that combined park, that's, I guess, on the southeast corner. It's pretty open, and it is actually already partially, or depending on the future size of the dog park, there's already some fencing in place.
Okay.
And
So-
it's city-owned, it's just not being utilized right now.
So we're not gonna like tear down the wooded part or really impact that
We're
that north
conscious
part.
of our great
Okay.
tree canopy here in Gainesville.
Good answer. No, I'm very happy with these. How many racquetball courts are we taking down?
There are 4 racquetball courts, but I know in the last couple years, only 2 have been open because of the not so great usage in those courts. They're really challenging.
So we're getting 4 out of 4. We're getting 8 out of 4. That's not bad though. That's a great improvement.
A lot of challenge with racquetball courts.
Okay.
So.
With the pickleball, I don't know anything about pickleball, which is not an invitation to get more emails about it, but would it be easier to maintain from the city side than say racquetball or tennis?
I am not the park operations manager, but yes, what I have seen in the racquetball courts is nothing you want to. I mean, there's drug paraphernalia, there's people defecating in the courts, there's definitely evidence of a lot of drug use. Racquetball courts are very challenging.
That's not the problems I thought we'd have maintaining racquetball courts, but okay, I'll accept that answer. I just meant from like a general maintenance engineering side. But okay, hopefully with these being, did they have lighting before? Or do they currently have lighting? 'Cause
Yes.
There's no future yet. Okay. No, I'm pretty glad with most of these. They seem to extend across the breadth of the city. I know Smoky Bear, I have to go to that one a couple times a month, and it is nice. It is open space, but it is, if you're not walking over to it from a nearby neighborhood, it's a little hard to really find adequate spacing in there. The pool improvements, do we already have that as a kind of needs or study of what the status of all the equipment or parts and pieces? Like how, so I know you said like pool pumps and other upgrades. Do we have kind of a listing of the status of that equipment? Like this needs to be fixed tomorrow, or this can wait 5 years.
Commissioner, I wouldn't say that we have a holistic facilities needs assessment for the specific pools, but there's older infrastructure there, and it seems like, periodically with my time in this position, the pools have a lot of needs.
They're also pools. But okay, thank you. I think it's a very well proposed and well thought out list of the 3 to really try to span all the needs that have been expressed by us and by the public. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. And I would say regarding racquetball courts, our racquetball courts, particularly at that park, have 4 walls and a door, so it's easy to set up housekeeping. That's the reality of it. I will say, though, I used to play a lot of racquetball there and throughout middle school and high school, and I will miss the nostalgia of those courts. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Have you considered, so I noticed in many other cities, Tallahassee, I was just up in Georgia, where they had like splash pads and things like related to pools, just not exactly like what we have at Depot Park, but they're sort of like kind of shallow water kind of playgrounds that are within the pool. Have we considered anything like that as we're doing like the TB McPherson upgrades or anything like that as or in any of the existing pool areas?
Commissioner, we have not considered an expansion of pool amenities at this time, but if that's a proposal, we could look into that.
Yeah, I mean, as I think about TB McPherson, I think there's like Westside Pool has swim lanes and then a slide, as does Northeast Pool, and then figuring out kind of how TB McPherson kind of fits in with amenities that would draw people over to that one when you have, amenities at the 2 other pools might be something worth considering. And then I almost wish I had talked about my trails thing ahead of this, because but I do want to just state that that as we kind of think about what we want to do, I would like for us to be very intentional about how we're acquiring land for nature trails in particular. I really love the multi-use section of this, and there's a lot of good stuff that's in there. But the how we're acquiring land for nature trails, how we're planning for those nature trails, and being very intentional with how those nature trails are going forward shouldn't be an incredibly expensive project, but is one that I think we have a lot of opportunities for. I don't know if we're expected to vote on. Did we want an official vote on this today, or is it just feedback at this time?
We're giving input.
All right, well then I will give input during my next one, but I think overall this is, I think these are great, and I think there's a lot of really good opportunities, particularly in the District 3 and some park, and a lot of these I notice are very working class neighborhoods that really could have a lot of impact. I know in my neighborhood of Oakview, we had a park that really saw better days. Wild Space Public Places came in, completely reimagined what that looked like. It's really brought our neighborhood and community together. We have cookie exchanges in the park. My daughter runs around with all the other kids in the park. It's really brought the families together, brought everyone else together. It really has made a tremendous change in the quality of life for our neighborhoods, and I'd love to see every neighborhood get the kind of second look and imagining and the kind of forethought that these get, and so I think there's a lot of really good that's in here. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Well, the neighborhood's going to be very excited to hear that the racquetball courts are being demolished at the Tom Petty Park. Have you reassessed playground equipment at Tom Petty and at Smoky Bear?
We have not. We don't feel that it's, I guess, quite due at the end of its lifespan, but we could absolutely take a look and evaluate if there's an expansion that you would like to see.
I'm looking at expansion. Okay. Would you reassess it? And is there a bathroom facility at Smoky Bear Park?
There is, ma'am. It's quite nice.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Betsy. I wanted to just acknowledge something that I may have said to you in a previous presentation before when we were talking about Unity Park. I had the chance to go out when we were doing one of the ribbon cuttings, and I wanted to thank you for a very quick pivot on adding the restroom. It was something that the community had brought forward, and I was really, really grateful to see how, first of all, receptive we were, and then how quickly we got that done. There was also a relatively quickly response to, I believe it was the adding of the fence out there, because we had an issue with children who were coming over to play in the park, and many of them were small and they had balls. And some of the balls, and just bouncing, the nature of a ball and the nature of a child, are to bounce the ball, that ball would roll out into the street. And so thank you so much for pivoting quickly on that as well, to ensure the safety of the public in accessing Unity Park. That was just something that I really wanted to make sure that I noted. I would like to go back to TB McPherson and ask a couple of questions about that. So just for clarity, I see the Recreation Center renovation. That's just the building?
We know the building has some needs, yes, ma'am. So I guess that would be the focus of the project, but we can definitely, we'd love to hear your input if you think there's other needs.
Gotcha. I wanted to make sure that what I was reading there was clear, that you're focusing on the building on that line. But I do have some concerns about the equipment that is there. I've heard from a number of my constituents and community members recently in particular about the desire to see some additional pavilions, some grills, modified or upgraded swings. And I would be really interested to see what staff would come up with in terms of a very creative way to engage the existing community. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
TB McPherson is one of the jewels of that area, and it has historically gotten a lot of use from that community, and I believe that it's time that we look at an upgrade there. Also, with regards to city pool improvements in that same location, the Andrew Mickle Pool, I had a question about that. So, and a general question, how many pools here in Gainesville, Ms. Waite, are heated?
So we have 3 pools total, and 2 are heated and cooled.
And one of them is not the Andrew Mickle Pool, correct?
Correct. That is the seasonal pool.
Okay, it is a seasonal pool. I thought I saw that the other day when I was looking on the website to just see what our aquatics programs were, et cetera. And there may be a reason for that. I'm curious to know what that reason is, and also to know what that investment would be to heat it. There are elders in the area who may be able to make use of that pool, as well as children who may be able to make greater use of the pool if it's accessible during a greater part of the year. So I'm curious about that. I don't know if you could speak to, and perhaps the mayor might be able to help me here, because I believe, Mr. Mayor, you were here when this happened. When Cone Park was built, went in, or whatever improvements were most recently made, was there a plan? It had been shared with me at one point by someone that there was an original plan. We had begun to accomplish at least a portion of the plan, but we still had some things to do out at Cone Park.
I think that predates me.
Does that predate you?
Okay. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
Is there anybody who could possibly speak to that? I know that's not you, Ms. Wade. I know I was here when you came on. I'm wondering if there might be anyone, probably no one from Parks and Rec that is here that could speak to that.
Are you asking about the track?
I'm asking about the plan for Cone Park overall.
I can definitely research if there was an original master plan, and I can get back to you.
I would be interested to hear what that is, Ms. Wade. I do know that we have had some concerns brought forward about some shade structures out at that park. So that's a question. And then I want to conclude with this. I did hear Commissioner Book's concerns about infrastructure, but I want to add this. One thing that has been very, very interesting and concerning to me, as we have had some major meetings that have involved large groups of people, is that we don't have city facilities where we can bring a lot of people and have those meetings broadcast. And I had asked, at one point I thought, wow, I can move. I wanted to do a gun violence town hall at MLK, but accessibility was a major issue for me. And I was told we could not broadcast from MLK. And I said, oh, okay, wow. Well, where can we broadcast from where we can bring large crowds of people? And apparently we don't have a city facility where we can do that. And I think that's something that I want my colleagues to start thinking about, because this is a very intimate space in here. Downstairs is a very intimate space. So we're really limited with the amount of people that we can bring into a meeting, and that we can make that meeting content accessible to them. I see Mo coming to the mic.
Yes, thank you. Mo Deal, GCRA staff. We are actually in the process of bringing forward GTech as a refresh, and part of that refresh is exactly what you were speaking to, that it would be something that we would identify as part of a community center. And so we have master plans that we'll be bringing forward, and part of that is also the capabilities that you're speaking of.
What would be the capacity, Mo?
I don't have all of that on me, but I am in the process of bringing all of that forward. So we're really looking forward to that, and I think around October is when you will see that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As I conclude, I'd like to be able to say that, when we do town hall meetings or other major meetings, I think it would be important that we have that capability. So we should be able to bring large crowds in and have the city of Gainesville be able to participate. I conclude.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Keeping on the broadcast, our plans for Thelma Bolton, did that include the ability to be able to broadcast from there? I don't know. I can't remember if that was part of the conversation, because we're talking about it as a place to have community, even if it's boards and other boards, so that somebody can be meeting in here, someone. And I can't remember whether some of it is about stagecraft and all that kind of, but I don't remember if it was about broadcasting from there.
Yeah. Commissioner, I don't think that's been fully vetted, but I think there is an opportunity with that project.
And that's probably a little smaller than what Commissioner Duncan Walker is talking about in the size. Potentially bigger than this, or at least another facility, but not probably quite as big as she was talking about. I do have an interest in that as well. It's the modern age. We need to be able to broadcast from different places. And I know it's hard on staff to be in multiple places at once, but I think there's some real opportunity for that. The Woodland Park multi-use trail, is the rough idea is that, would that be something on Southeast 4th? Or is that something that would go into the neighborhood a bit to the backside of Woodland Park, actual park?
Correct, so it would be from the park kind of internal to those new apartment complexes.
Okay, because I think on Southeast 4th, I think there's a sidewalk. I think there's a better opportunity for, I wish the sidewalk was much wider. When we talked about Evergreen Cemetery as a location, people knowing where it's at, or even as a kind of a park-like amenity. Granted, the Hawthorne Trail, that's a great trail to sort of access it, but not really, because you can't access it from the trail. You have to get on a busted sidewalk that is very narrow, and you really shouldn't be riding a cycle on anyway. It's just too narrow if you come to somebody. So I had some interest in Southeast 4th, and when I saw this, I'm interested in the opportunities for connect a park to a cemetery to Hawthorne, the Hawthorne Trail. Because I know on Memorial Day I hopped off the Hawthorne Trail and went to the park to go look at some remnants of festivities there. And I was pleasantly or unpleasantly reminded how bad that sidewalk is on the south side of Southeast 4th. On TB McPherson, and keeping the conversation about pool amenities, I think there's just a general interest in pool amenities because in a warming climate, people want to spend more time cooling off. I think there's been some interest in the community, at least in some of the forums I went to last fall, about splash pads, water, full-on kind of water parks. I don't think there's enough space there, but I think there's an interest in those kind of extra amenities so that during the summer, people can really go do that for free or very cheaply to go enjoy themselves. And I'm interested in the conversation about why the nickel pool isn't heated as well. If there was a good reason X number of years ago versus now, because even some people would use a pool more likely in the morning if it was heated, as opposed, really does extend the life. So no, I echo Commissioner Sacco. Thank you and thank your staff for really looking at this and looking at our opportunities and looking at the capabilities and hearing from the needs assessment, all the different ways we collected the data on that. I do have a question kind of related to this, and it's about the District 3 Park or Southwest Gainesville Park. We have the data in our master plan. It's a 2012 master plan. Do you remember when that data was collected? Surveys, conversations?
Mm-hmm. I believe in 18 or months or so prior to the 2012 adoption.
Okay.
So,
and
10 and 11.
Can we pull up that master plan and look at page 76? It's in relation to some stuff on this slide.
Sure.
Because I think it's a good place to start when we start talking about new land acquisition, or as Commissioner Book said, just where some of our infrastructure is, or where it will be built. I think it's the 532D document. I think page 76 of the of the branded document, it's page 76. It's just a really good map so that we can look at it. I think in the PDF it might be page 80, or on eScribe I think it's page 88. I think that's the new one.
Neighborhood parks.
Yeah, it's a.
So it might be, it's page 76 on at the bottom of the page, but it's otherwise page 88 in the document.
Right.
I think you got it.
So this is where I originally started over a year ago with my knowledge, or about a year ago with my knowledge of the future, the past, and in the southwest corner of this map is District 3, and is where talking about a neighborhood park. That's the map I first saw, and I was like, oh, that is square in the district. And I think I knew it instinctively, but this was the first data piece. But there's also a lot of other places on there. I mentioned the one in northeast Gainesville that's basically hovering over the golf course because of potential opportunity maybe in the future to kill two birds with one stone, should we decide that Ironwood is not something we want to continue. But did any of what we've done replace the need or suffice for any of those potential Northwest Gainesville? Because I know there's a lot of them up there. There's like 5 of them. And, you know, I tend to think that parks in Northwest are pretty decent, but maybe I'm just thinking of Massey Park and just a couple.
So off the top of my head, I know we partnered with Alachua County Public Schools on the Carolyn Beatrice Parker Park, which is northwest, so maybe that helps a little bit with that kind of marker closer in the center there. And we've improved access at some of our existing parks, but as far as other new parks, with Reserve Park, which is northeast, we have not built out to the northwest.
Okay. The Ann Park is relatively new, though, and it's about where one of those dots is, but that's not a full neighborhood size park, right?
It is improvements to an existing facility.
Okay, I see. So I'm very concerned about parks in Southwest Gainesville because I think there's just a real lack of them. We need something. We need to start planning. But at the same time, I remember looking at this and recognizing that up in Commissioner Book's district, that there's still some needs, and there's probably some growth in that area. We might someday annex into it. There's still some growth out there. And so I was still a little interested in what some of those thoughts are about how we can achieve some of this, or whether it's that in those areas we move away from neighborhood scale and move towards some more pocket parks or on the larger community scale. And I kind of wondered where this kind of, along with the new the new needs assessment, where do we end up in Northwest Gainesville for needs potential?
I mean, I cannot speak in detail, but we have not constructed very many facilities. So, I mean, you're going to see very similar needs as far as like that walkability scale. With that being said, so this is only kind of a 3-year work plan. We have 10 years of wild spaces. So we have more time in this iteration of wild spaces. So I guess we internally we're kind of, trying to triage and really look at our needs and try to come up with a chunk of work that's achievable within this period of time. But as opportunities arise, we can absolutely pivot, and we have more years in the program.
Okay, I kind of agree with that idea that the list, I think the list you brought is great, and it is a little bit of triage, and made mention that some of it's in real working class neighborhoods or close to, and it fills in some gaps. I don't think it particularly starts to attempt to fill in this gap, but I think it is in some important areas. So I like the list, but I'm very interested to the imaginations about how we continue to provide park spaces in Northwest, perhaps without while still being equitable to needs in other areas that are greater because of inequities. So I'm interested to see what that will look like in the future. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we do have a couple more lights, but and I know we have some folks who want to speak for public comment on this issue. I do want to remind all of us that there's a planning board meeting in here after we're finished, and we have 2 other substantial topics on the agenda today. So thank you. Commissioner Book.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to hold if you want to kind of finish this conversation, maybe allow the presentation to finish, and then hear from some of the citizens, and then I could circle back then if that would be in the better interest of time for the people that have been waiting. Thank you.
Ms. Wade.
Okay. So I guess we can go back to the presentation. Slide. Oh, good. All right. So this slide, I just wanted to kind of touch base that we have some future city-county partnership opportunities. We don't need to commit to exactly what those look like today, but staff, we have some ideas of what might be some good partnership projects with the county. So we're looking at Thelma Bolton Center. Maybe the county could host some meetings there as well if we get great connectivity and it could be streamed. Citizens Field, I think, has county-wide interest. And Sweetwater Wetlands Park, we see 100,000 visitors a year. Definitely has a county-wide impact. So those are just three kind of ideas. We don't need to commit to anything. And then we have what looks to be about $333,000 for another partnership opportunity with the county. And I was looking at the Northeast 31st Avenue Trail project as a good project to use those funds on. Okay, so we've already kind of stopped there. So I'm going to take 1 minute and give you kind of a good update on where the funding has been reinvested within the city, the local economy. So back in fiscal year 2018, we only spent 31% of our expenditures with local companies. In fiscal year 19, we ramped up to 43%. And then from there, we've been consistently spending over 70% of the sales tax expenditures with local firms. In fiscal year 22, we're really proud to have spent 76% of our expenditures with local businesses, over 60% were with small businesses, and over 50% were with diverse. And with diverse, the company was owned by a woman, a service-disabled veteran, or a person of a diverse background. So I want to keep up with those numbers. All right. And with that, I think we'll pause for public comment.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Ms. Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker is Penny Weber, followed by Robert Crow and Duncan Atkins.
Good afternoon, Commission, and I did learn a lot, so I'm glad I'm here. Thanks a lot for the time. I want to talk about the need for Wild Spaces, Public Places funds for facilities and some of these environmental education programs that we got, and I kind of considered an unmet need. The last time I was here, you all talked about the youth and trying to reach out and get youth involved in programs. To me, if you believe that nature impacts people's ability to handle stress, and there is a lot of research and data coming out now saying that exposing children, young children, elementary children, to nature does make an impact later on. So something that Friends of Nature Parks and Nature Operations Divisions is working on is seeing if we can get the elementary schools to start going to the nature parks again. They quit about 12 years ago. So here's what we're doing is, we've been doing the fourth grade, pilots of fourth grades going to the nature parks of some of them, and we've kind of got that down. So I learned about the kids in the woods at Westside Middle. So now what we are going to be doing is trying to have the third grade in target schools go to Morningside, the fourth grade in target schools go to Sweetwater, then they flow into the sixth grade with the kids in the woods. A couple of things and if it's a school trip, everybody goes. It's completely inclusive. They're broken into small groups. Everybody is treated the same. Couple of things. We need nature centers particularly at Sweetwater. There's no place to get out of the rain, and we need a nature center at Morningside. I will say that I'm a little concerned over the environmental ed staff being available to do these as I try to grow this program, because there is a proposal before you all to remove the director, the manager of nature operations. And as I listen to Betsy, all of these programs are going to be driven by the managers and the directors of PRCA. But shortly, nature operations that does environmental ed, that does habitat management, is going to lose a voice and not have any voice at the table to have any input with this. And I think that's going to be a detriment. I'm going to ask that you all reconsider the proposal, leave nature operations intact. I think we've come too far to dismantle it and start all over again. And keep the nature operations director, because there's too much money in here to have people that don't have 10 or 15 years experience. That manager developed Hogtown Nature Center, and as well as the environmental programs. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And it has been my practice lately to let folks just kind of talk a good bit, but I am going to ask folks to, because we have a lot of people to speak in a short time, to try to keep it to 3, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Crow, followed by Duncan Atkins and Tana Silva.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Crow. I'm an ambassador of pickleball, joined by 2 other pickleball ambassadors here to, of course, advocate for that sport. We were very excited and very happy to endorse the project at Tom Petty Park will add 8 permanent pickleball courts to the city of Gainesville. At this time, there are only 4 courts in the city of Gainesville. They're just overrun with players. The lines around the block. We are really behind times in having pickleball facilities. Not only do we endorse the expenditures for Tom Petty Park, but we would ask for your consideration for a few dollars to go into Northside Park. At this time in Northside Park, there are 4 pickleball courts, 2 tennis courts, and 2 courts that are shared tennis and pickleball. If you go out there any day, and as I was today and usually 5 days a week, you'll see that 4 pickleball courts are completely busy with a large group waiting to get on. The 4 temporary pickleball courts are completely busy with a good number of people waiting to get on, and the 2 tennis courts are empty. And that's the common daily occurrence, is very busy with pickleball and no tennis. So that the shared courts that are now tennis and pickleball, we recommend a few dollars go into the budget to paint those courts as those 2 shared use courts into permanent pickleball courts and put in permanent nets. And that would expand then to 8 courts at pickleball at Northside and 8 at Tom Petty eventually. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you.
Duncan Adkins, followed by Tana Silva and Jeff Goldstein.
Can I move my my comment to the urban greenway and trail master plans? Thank you.
Thank you.
Tana Silva.
Hello. It's really exciting, wonderful conversation, hearing everybody's feedback and ideas, and it kind of rolls in with the first item, which is sense of place, and definitely the parks and nature centers and all of that around Gainesville, all of the natural areas are really make Gainesville what it is. I would like to first mention also, as the first speaker did, that I don't think this is a good time to be letting go of important nature operations people. I'm not very attuned to that issue, but I did see it in the newspaper that that was a consideration. I think there are a lot of people who can go, be let go before an important person like the nature operations staff. Second, I wanted to say that I'm happy to see maintenance and infrastructure attention given to that. I would also like to say, though, that the money that is projected to be spent on demolishing all but 2 walls of the Bolton Center could instead be redirected to renovating and maintaining the structure that's there, and going back to the Fire Station 1 that the previous commission decided to just let go or demolish or something, against the recommendation of the consultant at the time, who said that it would cost the city less to renovate that structure, which the Gainesville Modern president has identified as an important mid-century modern structure in Gainesville. And it was to be a cultural arts center. There's background of that, but anyway, to take the money instead and renovate both of those buildings and keep them as important places. And I don't want to be a bummer, but I do want to say, give you a little excerpt of City Planner Sal Camille's 2020 letter on resigning from the city for the second time, to ask you for an ethic and an economy based on maintenance and renovation. I am saddened to see the irreversible damage that has been done to the character and history of the city in the last 5 years and continues to occur daily. I fear that in the quest to become a new American city, Gainesville has lost much of what makes it a great city that it has always been. I seriously doubt you will ever hear anyone say, let's go to Gainesville to see the mid-rise luxury apartments district. It's up to the board and citizens to demand better. I have found that years of the city's neglect of a formal preservation program have taken its toll on the attitudes and culture associated with historic preservation. Whereas some cities show a strong preservation ethic and promote the cultural and economic benefits of preserving historic resources, the general attitude I've found is surrounding preservation in Gainesville is that is an impediment to development, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melanie Barr, followed by Jeff Goldstein and Matthew Hurst.
Welcome, Ms.
Hello.
Barr.
I don't want you to lose sight of what a significant building the Thelma Bolton is. You only own a handful of historic buildings. This is one significant for its history, not so much for its architecture. As you know, it was built during World War II for soldiers to come and relax and do recreation and socialize. And many of those soldiers went off to Europe and lost their life. I do know someone whose uncle hung out at the Servicemen's Center, and he never returned. He was lost. So it's been recognized as a state heritage site. A historic marker was put up in 2009, recognizing the Thelma Bolton as a state heritage site. Now, the markers have been removed, so people walking by can no longer know that or see the history. But that is a historic site. It's a contributing building to a National Register Historic District. So soldiers were there. It was built for soldiers. 4,000 soldiers a month would come there. They would hitchhike there from Camp Landing, from Orlando, Jacksonville, Lake City. But, you know, people came from long distances to go to the Thelma Bolton. We can't erase our history. We need to keep it. It's also, the most significant part is the wing. Every single picture showed the wing. Even the city's own publicity sent out a picture saying it's going to be partially restored, and it shows the wing, because there's no photos of the auditorium. I love the auditorium. I don't want it torn down either, but it's one intact building. And what meant the most to everyone was the wing. It's nothing wrong with the wing. The auditorium has the structural problems. The whole building needs maintenance, and it's been neglected. But it can be restored. I have photos of other buildings that are way worse condition, and they're restored. The consultant's report said it can be restored for maybe $5.4 million, and I know there's going to be contingencies, but you have the opportunity to get a grant for $500,000 from the state, and they would love to restore this building. It's got so much historical significance, and I don't feel you need to enlarge it because you're going to get a new cultural affairs center in East Gainesville, which is very needed and welcomed. And the option shows that it can be renovated for $450,000. That frees up $5 million that can be used for affordable housing and for parks. Other districts need parks. So I didn't see any recommendations to buy land. So this will free up $5 million. You can buy land for affordable housing, and people are desperate. They cannot pay the average rent of $1,200 for a one-bedroom. So the city should have that as a priority, and you can spend Wild Spaces money on it. So I'm urging you to rescind your vote, save this historic building, a National Register site, a state heritage site, and spend $5 million on affordable housing and parks. The citizens want it saved.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, Ms. Barr.
Please think about it.
And I do want to point out to folks, if we're going to revisit a decision we unanimously made weeks ago, the $450,000 option, which I know is going to come up quite a bit, is not a permanent solution. It is a for the next few years solution. Let's be exceptionally clear about that. So let's move to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Jeff Goldstein, followed by Matthew Hurst and Paula Stamer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. This is also about rescinding the vote on the Thelma Bolton Center. I'm Jeff Goldstein. I'm with the Gainesville Music History Foundation. Over the past few years, I've spoken to this body on numerous occasions about the importance and the significance of Gainesville music history and what Gainesville enjoys in music history. which is quite amazing, actually. With due respect for the use of the Thelma Bolton Center by the armed forces, some of the most significant musicians in history cut their teeth playing music in front of an audience in that building with their very first bands. These are people that are world-renowned musicians and puts Gainesville on the map of music history. Excuse me. Preservation of this building in its original form is important in the preservation of this history. 2 walls does not a building make. In this case, this building has 8 walls. And here's an old statement that reminds me of if these walls could speak, because a lot happened in there that needs to be preserved. What more perfect building in Gainesville could be used to provide a space for a Gainesville Music History Museum and Music Community Center, a place to create the next group of world-famous musicians while preserving the Gainesville's important contribution to music for the whole world. And this body and the Wild Spaces folks continue to ignore the need for Gainesville to do this. There's just too many reasons that this would be a positive thing for Gainesville. Besides making it increasing its tourism, we need a place for kids to get together and create new music. We used to have a place called Lipham Music, and that's what Buster did, is he let the kids come in after school and sit around and play the instruments and use the sheet music. And that's how we got Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. That's how we got the Eagles. That's how we got a number of great musicians and musical bands.
This is probably a good place to ask you to wrap up before you go into it.
No, I understand. I just think it's really important that we preserve this history the way it was and that the building remain in its original form. Okay, so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Matthew Hurst, followed by Paula Stamer and Betsy Hurst.
Welcome, Mr.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And Mayor Ward, I really appreciate you meeting with us the other day. One thing I want to remind is that when we come in and speak, we often speak about the things where we have a strong opinion one way or the other. And there's a lot of things you all do that we don't come speak that we do appreciate. Make the community a better place. And I can see how busy your staff is with wild spaces, public places. And that's why I think it's also important that we try to make our resources go as far as possible. In the case of the Thelma Bolton Center, it's the situation you encounter anytime you have a building when it comes up for major infrastructure changes. And I think in this case, the $450,000 option is the best use of resources. It fixes the main problem, which is the roof. It's a 20-year-old roof. It needs replacement. It'll probably need some decking replacement, some truss replacement, but it gets the building back in service as fast as possible. Because when we have houses, we don't normally tear down and reconstruct the building just because it needs a major capital investment like a roof or like an air conditioner. And ongoing, either way, you're going to need more. You're going to need maintenance for any building. 20 years from now, whether you build a new building or just put a new roof on, you'll have to replace the roof again. That's the nature of roofs in Florida. You use an asphalt shingle roof. That's how many years you usually get. The other thing to keep in mind is that our city as a whole does have some financial headwinds, and a lot of it's unfortunately things that are out of your control. The issue with GRU, potentially we don't know what the economy is going to look like over the next 5 or 10 years as far as tax revenue collections go. And you have a lot of other priorities. I saw that you all were considering possibly having to cut the nature operations and the parks budgets, and that would be unfortunate. And the other thing is logistics. We want to keep buildings in service as much as we can. And anytime you undertake a major reconstruction of a building, that's going to take a lot of a lot of time, a lot of money. We typically have construction projects, you run into delays. There could be supply chain shortages. Some years ago, there was a shortage of concrete, I remember, which held up some things. And sometimes when buildings get torn down, they don't necessarily get rebuilt immediately despite everybody's intentions. One example here was a Coffin Nature Park. There was a house there that was intended to be an environmental education center when the park opened in 2005. That never happened. The house was never opened for that purpose. In 2015, it had some foundation problems, and then the decision was made they could either shore up the foundation or they could tear down the building and build a new center, and they opted to do the latter. Well, 8 years later, there's no building there at all, and I don't think that was anybody's intention. What happened? So we have the option of simply doing a repair of or replacement of the roof and associated decking that needs to be done, and go ahead and get the building back in service. I think that would be the better option. And the other thing is, we have a lot of people in this community who are very familiar with historic preservation, can help get grants available if you have a historic building as opposed to a reconstructed one. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Stamer.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paula Stamer. I've been a resident of Gainesville since 1985. I think lost in a lot of discussion here has been a recognition of what the original impetus for the Wild Spaces Public Places Fund was, which was to plan for the future and build for the future. It wasn't, we have to do everything immediately or we're not going to do it at all. And so for the commission to have decided, well, because we can't afford right now to completely restore the Thelma Bolton Center, we might as well just destroy it, which is essentially what you plan to do. You're going to take a wrecking ball to it and put in something completely new that has absolutely no connection or association with why this significant feature within our city has already been recognized by the state as a significant historic building. You've been presented with a whole list of projects, some of which have been initiated, but many of which we can't afford yet to actually start. But your reaction was not, well, cross it off the list, that's it, we're not going to even address it anymore or hope that in the future we'll have money for it. It is, you can afford now to protect the building, to prevent any further deterioration, and thereby keep it available for when we do have the funds to completely restore the building, which I think already has been and could remain a very significant asset to this city. The idea that, what seems rather cavalier to me, that you regard it as expendable despite the recognition the state has already given it. You have a lot of projects that you want to pursue. This other resolution would allow you to preserve the building for the time being and pursue other ventures as you deem appropriate. So I urge you to reconsider your vote. I think it's an insult to the community, as well as to other people within the state who have enjoyed gatherings at the Thelma Bolton Center, to discard it rather than do everything you can to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do need to remind everyone that when we had multiple meetings about the Thelma Bolton Center, we did have tremendous amount of discussion, and it was by no means arrived at in a cavalier fashion. So, and there was an option to completely rebuild the building from scratch. We did not choose that option.
Our next speaker is Betsy Hurst, followed by Robert Mounts and Collie Blunt.
Hello, my name is Betsy Maloney Hurst, and I know I got it to you kind of late, so I'm sorry, but I hope you will be able to read the letter that I sent to you today. So I hope that, and I am so overwhelmed with the presentation. My head is spinning. Maybe yours is too. And I will admit, what overwhelmed me so much was the ambitiousness of your plan. And I didn't see details, but you probably have them, of the expenditures and the amount, because it sounded, boy, it sounded like it would go over that 90 million or whatever. It sounded a lot. And I know from the projects we've done, they always overrun and they get more expensive than you budget. So I'll admit that was something I feel for you all today. I wondered, maybe the money part will be forthcoming, maybe, Mr. Mayor, I think hopefully that will be, we will be able to see how much these projects, the proposed amounts will be, because I had questions about quite a few of them, Bulwer Springs, Ironwood, I was wondering about, maybe not Ironwood, some of them. And for Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker, we do have a Thelma Bolton. It sadly has been closed since March 2020, right before we were supposed to perform there. And it has a lovely space. I know I went to the swearing in from some of your predecessors on that beautiful wood floor. It has a fairly large capacity, maybe not as much as Commissioner Chestnut's church, or I think maybe about as much. It is similar, and they're beautiful, both historic structures. I didn't realize all your expenses you have. The Hippodrome, I'll admit, I was one of the ones who helped work to save the old post office, and glad they're using it. The Thomas Center, and my mother and the group who worked hard to save it, and I know they're all expensive. And I didn't see amounts for them, but this is also a historic structure. It's in the heart of your historic district, right across from your school board administration building that is beautifully restored near the Matheson Center across the street. It's an anchor. It's got your pretty Sweetwater Creek, runs right into the duck pond. You have a treasure right now, and I wish you would consider either the 450 or whatever it would take for the renovation to open it. I looked at the reports from your REG, your CMA engineering study, and that summary sentence stands out. The building overall was found in satisfactory condition, but will require the above repairs. And it mentions 2 wood girder trusses over the stage will require replacement and further investigation. It did not find any termite infestation. They noticed there was damage, and I know from experience that can be wood-destroying organisms from water intrusion. It could be termites, but I don't see, I appreciate Betsy Wade. I should have thanked you for answering and taking the time back in May to address my concern, and I did look up at the report trying to get more
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, Ms. Hurst.
about that. So I'm appreciative to hear that you are going to be readdressing it, and maybe that will make my head feel better. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So no one has said we're going to readdress this. There's been no motion to readdress that building, but I do need to move on to the next speaker. No, that's okay. Also, I need to make it clear that before we spend money, we absolutely will have full public hearings on any money that we spend. I don't want anybody walking out of the room thinking that we just sign off and don't know how much is being spent. Let's be very clear about that. Mr. Mouse.
Question, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, real fast, yeah.
Would you just allow me to ask a question before you speak?
Is that okay?
Sure.
No, you do stay up. This is very quick. The $400,000 option, this is just reminding myself, that was also under Wild Spaces Public Places, regardless of the 4 options. Was that accurate?
That is correct. There were 4 options presented to us that we had lots of public hearing on and lots of discussion on. One was $450,000.
No, I know what they were, but they were all Wild Spaces Public Places funded was actually my question.
They were.
I thought that was my understanding.
That is accurate. But I do want to, at this point, say what those 4 options were. The first one was $450,000 to reopen the doors safely. No one thinks that that is a long-term option. We will be right back here in the not very distant future spending more money if we do that $450,000. The next option was a full renovation. The next option was a partial renovation and a partial addition. The 4th option was a complete rebuild. And all 3 of those last 3 options were within a few $100,000 of each other. We chose the middle option of a partial rebuild and addition, just to be exceptionally clear about what happened over a multi-meeting process prior to this one many, many weeks ago. So.
Thank you for allowing me to delay, Mr. Mounts. I couldn't remember, and I thought I knew the answer. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm Robert Mounts, and I'm here today as the current president of the Matheson History Museum, which is across the street. May I have the overhead?
Just put something up there.
You know where this is? It's not San Velasco, it's not Devil's Mill Hopper. It's the Sweetwater Branch Creek just north of East University Avenue and between the Matheson History Museum and the Alachua County Library. That encampment has been there for several weeks now. About 10 days ago, we did a walkthrough with GPD and and others, Saritsila and so forth, and talking about developing Sweetwater Park. And I was told at that time that there's no money to clean up the park. Well, it's on the list, I think. The Sweetwater Park, as you know, and you're a champion of the downtown strategic plan, with the Sweetwater Branch Greenway, which could really connect neighborhoods and build a safe walking pedestrian space, bike space, loop around Gainesville. We're in full support of that. The Matheson, as you know, is at the heart of what they call the downtown jewel. That's where our money should go. That's how you spend your money tells us what your priorities are. It seems to me that that is kind of low priority on this list. It's on the list, but it's right here downtown, a few blocks away. And, GPD is not going to go down and arrest those folks. They are going to send, mental health people to see if they need help, if they can be housed or whatever. Certainly we want to do that. But clearing that underbrush is a relatively low-cost project. It involves city labor. It would expose beautiful heritage trees. It would allow us to leverage beautiful open space between the Matheson and the library, and they're all for it too. As soon as they get their fences or their big pods out of the way, that would be an area that we can leverage as part of an expansion of Sweetwater Park. And in terms of priority, it's much higher priority, I would submit, than doing a total rebuild in the wrong way of the Thelma Bolton Center. We do support it as a historic site. Absolutely we do. But there are other sources of funding ultimately for that, maybe even private funding eventually to rebuild it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. Let me add in very quickly that there are projects that we didn't talk about today. Though any projects that were on this list are the priority projects. There are others that are out there. There's more years of this than we have contemplated at this point. And I will correct once again that this is what we're talking about with Thelma Bolton is not a total rebuild. Who's next?
Our final speaker is Mr. Holly Blunt.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can I have the overhead? This is a comment that probably applies a lot to your next item, but since somebody mentioned that there's no new parks, and that means buying land, I want to point out you have a park in waiting and you already own the land. Downtown, bounded on the east by Southeast 6th Terrace, on the west by the Entombed Creek, on the south by Southeast 5th Avenue, and on the north by Southeast 4th Avenue. This 110,000 square feet is what people, including myself, living in that area, yearn to have as permanent park, is what we ask you to rezone as rec and open space. And if you, as that has been utility area for the last century, if you stick a shovel in the ground, you're going to have yourself a remediation project on the scale of Depot Park. And because it's been that use for so long. So park, rec, and open space is a beautiful, lowest cost use that will benefit the neighborhood, that will move toward completing the connection toward Depot Park. And I've listed here all the lots that are involved in that. Those are already city owned. So that park is waiting for you to call it a park. This part here, the pavement, the former pavement of Southeast 6th Street still remains where they put some employee parking there. But this section that includes the community garden at the north end is on your city plats as 8 residential lots, but they were never built out. That's been trees and grass for some 60+ years that before I came along, that neighborhood experienced, and the neighbors themselves took care of it as far as mowing and cleaning. So we want to, instead of the plans that have fallen through 2 times in the last few years to put 3- and 6-story buildings all over here, we want to ask you to make that rec an open space permanently and give us this, continue the model east of the creek of green space and low intensity housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plum. That's all? Okay. Does anyone up here have something to add before we move to the next topic? Commissioner Willits.
Mayor, I welcome people's passion for the Thelma Bolton Center. I'm glad we got to clarify some things. We looked at a complete restoration, purely historical restoration, almost the same price. To some degree, I didn't think it fit the needs of our Parks, Recreation, Cultural Affairs spaces. And by all means, look, if I could take that $5 million and guarantee we would actually buy parkland in Southwest Gainesville, I would do it. Or if that was absolutely going to secure the Cultural Arts Center, if we had a good location in space, absolutely. I mean, I would be in favor of that. But as a holistic plan of the needs of and the previous expressed interest for wild spaces, public places, that's where I think at least I landed, so that people can hear that again. We landed there after looking at it for quite a long time. I mean, I welcome anyone who wants to dump $5 million into buying land in Southwest Gainesville for parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At some point, could we get an update on the Coffrin Nature Park house, the house that was to be rebuilt there?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I see no further lights. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next item is 2023-321 Power District Update, with the recommendation that the General Policy Committee receive an update on the Power District and direct the City Manager and General Manager to 1, parcelize the Power District property into the proposed redevelopment parcels, 2, update zoning and land use to reflect 2023 Power District Concept Plan, 3, solicit requests for bid for Power District parcels, and 4, reallocate the remaining GCRE Power District funding to the Downtown Strategic Plan implementation.
Okay, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem. Hi, Andrew Person, Special Advisor to the City Manager. I'm going to kick us off with a brief overview, and I'm going to turn it over to Sarit Salah, who's going to cover a portion of the presentation. We're going to then hand it off to our colleagues over at GRU, and then we'll bring it back for the recommendation. So as you recall, back in March, we came before the commission with a project update about Power District. It was a special meeting that the commission had held, or a workshop. At that meeting, you all discussed sort of where we were and where we are with the Power District, and essentially where we're going to go, or where we're proposing to go. You asked for some additional information about appraisals and some environmental information, so we've got that for your consideration today. And then this intent of this presentation is really to sort of provide hopefully some additional information and context, and then some staff recommendations that have been discussed by both the general manager and the city manager for commission action. So our agenda, we're going to talk about vision and community engagement that's gone on through the life of the Power District, if you will. We'll talk a little bit about the creek itself, current conditions of both the buildings and the land, a potential conceptual plan that would involve some revisions to some of the height standards in the Power District based on some of what we've heard in the community, and then some options for disposition and infrastructure, and then recommendations. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarit to lead us through the first section of the presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sarit Sela, City Architect with Department of Sustainable Development.
So, a little bit about the Power District. The Power District Master Plan was adopted in 2013. It included 17 acres approximately, and you can see the layout with the dotted blue line there. 10 years later, 2023, we're looking at 24 acres, so there is a new land that was added. The only portion that was removed from the 2013 Master Plan area is the McCrory Garden. So a little bit of background about the master plan that we are referring to. It started with a wide community engagement process. There were about 5 public meetings. There was a technical advisory group that met regularly and team from city and GRU. It was adopted in 2013. The core planning principles included small-scale development that ties into the existing historic neighborhoods, industrial character, with the wish to well connect it to the downtown area and the neighborhoods, build incrementally, slowly, and make it unique. Further information from the Power District Master Plan is comments that were suggested by the stakeholders and the community. Keep it local, keep the industrial character, organic development. And that is something that we still hear. Make it unique. Do not make it anywhere USA. A big focus on the Sweetwater Branch Creek daylighting or continuous recreation activity. Have diversity in the land use and include open space in the master plan. And good connectivity with the adjacent neighborhoods. When we look at the master plan, what we can see that to create a walkable and diverse environment, there was a decision to have smaller blocks so you can walk through, and smaller building footprints. Not large blocks, but more of kind of a meandering path that you can actually take different ways within that. We also see reuse of some of the buildings. So, for example, the Catalyst building was redeveloped, adapted reuse and being used, and some other key buildings in the area to get a new life and keep that character. We also see the development is scaled to complement the context area, and in 2021, we came back with another round of effort on the Power District. At that time, staff went to GCRA Advisory Board and also had some community engagement, which was smaller scale. We did not get to do a large community engagement, also due to COVID. But we did have meetings, one-on-one meetings with residents in the area, with activists, business owners, developers, and internal team from GRU and city staff. When we went to the GCRA Advisory Board, the board supported the overall scheme of the master plan as approved in 2013 with a few recommendations. The recommendations ask to reconsider the inclusion of the Rosa Parks Transit Station, former RTS site, and the McCrory Community Garden. These 3 sites are not in the current scope of work. I also wanted to emphasize the smaller scale of buildings, opportunities for recreation, community engagement, and the importance of the Sweetwater Creek and connectivity to Depot Park. At the time in 2021, we also, Spring Hill neighbors held a couple of neighborhood meetings on their own and came up with this master plan concept here included. What we see is a green area, approximately where Mr. Brown just mentioned, for recreation, maybe food park, some mixed income housing west of that, and then further to the south, a farmer's market, and single-family homes. Oh. Okay, so the Greenway and the Sweetwater Creek daylighting. Currently, the Sweetwater Creek is piped from Southeast 4th Avenue to the south. And a portion, and you can see here, let me see, I can do this. No, sorry. Wanted to highlight, we have a portion of the property between parcel 1.8 and 1B, and these are here at the top of the two top parcels there, is where it's piped right now. That would be up to 150 feet of an easement for ongoing maintenance and a potential future Greenway connectivity or daylighting. In 2015, there was a Sweetwater Branch daylighting feasibility study analysis done by the CRA, and it looked at that block between Southeast 4th Avenue and Southeast 5th Avenue, which is about 400 feet long. It also included alternative ways for a greenway. So we're looking into either daylighting or a continuous recreation green space, which would be without daylighting the creek, but would still achieve a continuous green route. The area between Southeast 5th Avenue and Depot Park is Depot Avenue, which is longer, about 650 feet, is within the Kelly Power Plant parcel and is not available for daylighting due to engineering control compliance. Now, Tiffany Davis with GRU will continue this area, and I'll be back.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Davis.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Tiffany Davis, GRU Real Estate. It's nice to see you all again. So some of the things that you really had an interest in the last time we came was, what does the current property value look like? It's been some time, several years, many years actually, since we had appraisals done on the Power District and also on the administrative GRU administration building. So we are bringing back that information today, along with the current building conditions and the environmental information that we have available for all the Power District properties. So the next set of slides I'll be going over, like I said, is going to be talking about the current values, which the updated appraisal does establish the highest and best use for all these properties. It also gives us an as-is value, so it takes into consideration, you know, a lot of these buildings are at the end of their economic life and their economic use, and so they will probably need to be demoed. So it takes into account the demolition costs for that and any environmental remediation required for things within the building themselves. So if there's lead, if there's asbestos, if there's mold, things like that. So the values you see on these slides are going to be that value with those considerations in mind. Okay, so the very first one, and the other thing I wanted to mention is the parcels. When we did the updated appraisal, we had them go ahead and consider what we believe will be the parcels that we would like to offer up, and those parcels with the buildings. So when you see parcel 1, here is parcel 1A, it's going to be all the property with the buildings on the east side of the creek, so that new 150-foot corridor that we anticipate we will have. So for parcel 1A, that consists of 3 existing buildings. It's right around 3.35 acres. The current building conditions is overall a poor condition. Like I said, it's at the end of its economic life. It should be demolished for the highest and best use for this property. There is also the Sweetwater Creek right-of-way encroachment for where the existing buildings are located, so we would have that challenge as it was. So the estimated market value with the demolition adjustments and the creek considerations is that $2.5 million. Going on to the next one, this will be parcel 1B. So that's going to be the remaining portion of the property on the west side of the creek. And so this property is going to be vacant land. There's no buildings located on this portion at all. So the only real restraints that we have an existing water retention basin that is currently receiving stormwater runoff from the admin building. And then, of course, it's there in existence. And then the creek setback. And so the estimated market value for this one, with the adjustment for the water retention basin and the creek setbacks, is the $1.1 million that you see. Next will be what we refer to as parcel 2A. That's where the large warehouse building is located. So you see, let's see if I can get my, well, I don't know how. So the very kind of the southerly portion there of the highlighted area, so we split that parcel in half. So parcel 2A is going to be the western half of that majority of that parcel there, along with the warehouse building. So that will be around 1.92 acres. Again, with this building, it's in poor condition. It's at, they give two options for development. So the first one, which is to demolish and redevelop the parcel just as bare ground, that is going to give you the highest and best use for this property. And that's what the appraiser recommended for, for the best value. There is an option to renovate and remodel the building, and that price tag is estimated around $4.6 million. So that's quite a chunk of change that, somebody would have to spend in order to reuse that space. And then, so there's our estimated value, $750,000, and that's with the demolition adjustments at that first option to demo everything and start from scratch. Parcel 2B, that's going to be the east side of that bottom portion with buildings G and H, and so that's right around 3 acres. The same with the building conditions. They're poor condition. They're at the end of their economic life. Highest and best use, demo the buildings. And with those adjustments, right at the 2.3 million market value. Parcel 4 is going to be where the old fleet garage building is. It's right next door to the admin building. We currently, utilize that space quite often for different things. It's around 1.74 acres. The building condition is fair. They gave some development options for this one as well. The highest and best use for this one was to demo. And so that's option 1, demolish and redevelop the vacant land. Option 2 would be to renovate and remodel. The price tag for that was around $2 million. And so the market value you see is with that highest and best use with the full demolition at $1.2 million. Parcel 5 is our parcel that is completely vacant. That's on the south side of Depot Avenue. It's around 6 acres. There is quite a bit of site restraints for this property. We have a high voltage transmission line that runs through it that feeds our, what we refer to as the Depot Avenue substation that's right there on the west side of it. Plus, as you see on the slide, Sweetwater Creek runs through that as well. So we will have a creek setback there, and we will also have to retain an easement, a large easement, around 150 feet is the maximum size over our transmission corridor there. There's also a concrete retaining wall in kind of the northerly portion of the site along Depot Avenue. We used to have some old water tanks there, and we had a retention wall that's still there. So it may be able to be used, but it's something that the appraiser noted, that it could be a restraint. And so the estimated market value for that with the adjustments for the easement and the creek setback is $510,000. We also updated the appraisal for the GRU administration building and our west parking lot. So we have those 2 parcels there that, or potentially could be available if somebody was interested in them. So the GRU administration building, of course, in very good condition. We operate out of that every day. No environmental conditions are expected at all or known at all for that property. There is a lot of challenges with relocating staff that is there. And just the operations that exist in that building, which I think we have talked about many times before. The estimated market value for that is $12.3 million. Our west parking lot, which is right across 3rd Street, is that other highlighted parcel there. We just use it for a parking lot now. There are no structures on it whatsoever. It's around 1.5 acres. No environmental conditions there as well. It's estimated at $1.9 million. The Catalyst building is a city-managed property. They took it over in 2011. It's one of the properties that's already been redeveloped in the Power District. And so they currently have a tenant in there. It's in very good condition. They spent quite a bit of money in 2013, the $2.25 million to invest to redevelop that building. Like I mentioned, it's currently leased. Teledyne is already in there. They're going to be occupying a smaller blueprint or a footprint. That's something that the city is currently negotiating with them now. And I think we just wanted this included in here in case there was an interest in someone to buy the Catalyst building. I think that could be an option. So one of the things you had asked is kind of what the existing environmental concerns could be that are on these properties. So we've actually had a pretty extensive testing done and assessments over the years. And so we're going to talk about each one of those. So for parcels, for actually most of the parcels, so everything that's, so parcels 1A, B, 2A, and 2B, so pretty much the entire, like I would say bulk of the Power District properties have had phase 1 and 2 environmental assessments completed. Phase 1 is going through the history of what was the use and what is the potential for, contamination, things like that. Phase 2 is where you actually dive in deeper. You might do some assessments and sampling and things of that nature. So in 2007, we had a phase 1 site assessment done. At that time, they recommended a phase 2 just because this area, just in general, the history of this area in Gainesville has an industrial use. So anything in this area, they're going to recommend a phase 2 more than likely. And that's what they did. So in 2001, we had a phase 2 done. And they did some soil, some groundwater, and some building samples, and took them to the lab. At that time, they recommended some monitoring wells be added, and do some additional soil testing. So in 2012, we did that. We did the more assessment. We did 3 groundwater monitoring wells, and were installed on parcel 1B. So that's going to be the one that's on the west side of the creek. So we're going to refer to as the only vacant parcel up there. There were no exceedances noted for groundwater cleanup target levels, which is good. So the state sets out a target level that says anything above this, you really should need to clean it up. So we had no exceedances of that. So that's a really good thing. Our consultant at the time recommended that we do additional soil testing for future development. So that's something that we would envision a potential buyer. That's just part of normal due diligence. So they would do those additional samplings. For parcel 4, which was the fleet garage, so that's the one right next to the admin building, same with that. We had a phase 1 and a phase 2 completed. In 2015, we had that done for both of them. Recommended some additional groundwater testing for future development. They really didn't find anything that other than, they recommended that just for the groundwater piece. In 2016, they had noted we have underground storage tanks that were on that property. And so we had those removed. The state has cleared them. There's no soil or groundwater impacts that were above those regulatory levels. So that's all very good for us. Parcel 5, that's that parcel south of Depot Avenue. We've had a phase 1 complete on that. And it was, there wasn't anything in the phase 1 just from the historical use that that stood out. So they said if you ever develop it, do some soil testing, just because we had some transformers, electric transformers and things stored there at one time. So never hurts to have that done. So relatively, there was I looked through, there's tons of, there's probably 2-inch thick reports. So I went through all of them in great detail. I didn't see any real red flags that stood out, which is a good thing. A nice thing for anybody who buys these parcels is these reports and these assessments, these are something that are typically done during a due diligence phase. So we have done a lot of that background and that homework for them. It takes time and money. So that's really good. And they did also find, which we have known, that there's going to be remediation required for the buildings because they're older buildings. They have asbestos in them and lead, and they've been sitting for a long time, so they're full of mold. So I think that's all I had for environmental. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Sarit.
Thank you.
So taking in all of that information, we want to propose an updated concept plan. The concept plan is based on the ideas that were put forward in the 2013 master plan and all the feedback that we have received throughout the years from the community and officials. In this master plan, We are the thicker black lines show proposed smaller redevelopment parcels. So far, we have been thinking about the power district as one unit. And here we're starting to think about it as smaller redevelopment parcels. The scale, we are going down next to the historic neighborhood, down to 2 stories and 3 around. And also the perimeter of the site is 3 or 4 stories to fit more into the neighborhood. So this is kind of smaller scale than what was proposed before. And we go up to 6 stories, which was also the maximum in the 2013 master plan. We highlighted a few buildings that are key and could be redeveloped, as Tiffany just described, and reused. And a continuation of Southeast 6th Terrace to Southeast 7th Avenue, Depot Avenue, to continue with the smaller scale of the parcels of the blocks. The McCrory Garden stays as is, and we have about 150 feet along the Sweetwater Creek for either for a park, either daylit creek or just a park on top of the pipe. And then continuation of this Greenway via the street just east of the Catalyst building, west of the Catalyst building, going along Depot Avenue into Depot Park. As we can see, the darker green dashed line shows that the actual layout of the creek goes actually into to the east and not to Depot Park in terms of recreation usability. Here at the south area, we see the light blue and the dotted lines. This is the approximate location of the overhead utilities and the easement that Tiffany mentioned south of Depot Avenue. So this could be used as parking area or some use like that. But in terms of development, it's not usable for that. The areas just adjacent to that to the north could be redevelopable. And so what's next? How do we see this move forward? So as I mentioned, we're talking about proposing to subdivide the property into smaller parcels and to sell them to multiple developers. Each parcel will be offered for negotiations via a request for a bid process, and meeting the district's vision and desired character. All the information that we shared today, as well as the fiscal benefits, will be the basis for rating the offers. We would encourage local developers to participate, and a team of staff will oversee the integrity of the development to support this vision of the power district. In terms of infrastructure, with growth and with the existing condition, we see that upgrades will be needed to support more development. There is a feasibility study report that was done in 2015. It's in the backup. In 2017, we had some solicitations for disposition, and the estimate by developers was around $10 million, close to $10 million and that is only the streets, excluding quick daylighting, garage, or other incentives. And currently, what we have in terms of city funding or GRU funding for the power district is $363,000, which is earmarked at the GCRA for the power district. So our recommendations today are to parcelize the power district property into the proposed redevelopment parcels, to update the zoning and land use to reflect the 2023 Power District Concept Plan, to solicit request for bid for the different parcels, and to reallocate the remaining $363,000 GCRA Power District funding towards downtown strategic plan implementation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're here for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Book.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as it relates to the power district, it's a lot of property parcelized in a lot of different ways with a lot of potential options. So while we are going to have to move forward, there's no doubt, we have to do something there as opposed to say, the question is how we do that with that excellent community input. I think we got it in 2021, and now this is the next step where we look at some potential recommendations. And my thought would be, now we go back to the community that's directly adjacent to this area and go, well, here's some of the things that are proposed. And that allows us to get their thoughts about it because they haven't seen this. This is the first crack at basically the next stage. And I hope we're not discussing it in 10 years, but we definitely need to be doing something in the next 1 to 2 to 3 or 4 years very strategically. On this, I'm glad we sat on this recommendation slide right here. This is actually the proposed from staff, what they propose we would do as it relates to zoning already. Is that accurate, Mr. Persons?
It is, Mr. Mayor, it is a potential recommendation for the commission to consider. And I want to maybe emphasize, when I have the opportunity, so the property itself, there's that sort of component. And obviously with the potential for the authority coming in, they're going to ultimately control what happens with the property itself. You as the city commission will continue to retain zoning control. So what's before you would be a potential amendment if the commission, gave direction that we would make related to height limits that we've heard sort of from the community, regardless of disposition of the property. We feel in working with GRU staff in terms of the approach for the disposition of the property that it's consistent with both, regardless of who's sort of in control of the property, in terms of parcelizing it, because right now some of these parcels where there's active utility uses, the Kelly plant, those things are intermixed with areas that would fall under the power district boundaries. So we need to split out the areas that are today utility related and will remain in the future utility related from the areas that we're proposing for disposition for the power district. Does that make sense?
It does. So thank you. So it makes me think, so the neighborhoods that basically surround this are things that Spring Hill potentially to the east, Southeast Historic District to the north, the south. I don't recall exactly what the we'd call this. It's not really a neighborhood to the south. It's more there is a community there, but I don't think it has one particular community name. And I would want to hear their thoughts related to how we go forward with these recommendations before we move forward. So I'm glad it's actually on a GPC as opposed to a city commission agenda, because it allows us to be a little more thoughtful about that. I heard the term integrity of development. That's a really good way, I think, to speak. I think the terminology is good. So the integrity of development is probably actually after we determine what that might look like. In other words, is there development? Is there additional recreational space? Is there continuity for the neighborhoods and things along those lines? The earmarked monies, I don't have a strong feeling. I thought maybe my colleagues could kind of help flesh that out, whether this may be a good, and the public also, a good use of moving basically $363,000 now, or would it behoove us to leave that monies there so that as we figure out what we're doing forward, we may have need for it? And I just don't have the expertise to know, but perhaps some folks on the dais or someone as they speak to it may be able to kind of help us flesh out, is that a good move of the monies, or might we better leave it right where it's at for the moment? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you. My question is, and I think I heard you say something, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but who owns this property?
Currently, the property is utility controlled, meaning that similar to what we have done with Bulwer Springs and the Catalyst, if general government wanted to control the property, it would have to be transferred to general government. So we basically purchased the Catalyst building, and that's under the general government ledger. And I want to, is a good opportunity to highlight, because of GRU's bond restrictions, that any disposition of the property would have to be for fair market value. So in other words, we couldn't say, okay, the city's going to take it for $1, essentially. It has to be fair market value. And given, the sort of where we are, that's also helped form the basis of our recommendation in terms of both trying to retain as much of the original 2013 Power District sort of vision, but also move forward with the realities of where we are, both in terms of how much money we have set aside for this, which is, as you heard, completely insufficient for upgrading infrastructure and doing all of the things to make it, the sort of highest and best sort of version of the 2013 plan, as well as still retain some of the what we've heard in terms of height and sort of the compatibility with some of the adjacent neighborhoods.
Okay, could I get an opinion from the attorney on the ownership? When you go to the bond market, do you go to the bond market as GRU, or you go to the bond market as City of Gainesville?
Oh, the answer is yes, Mr. Mayor. City of Gainesville property.
Okay.
It's on, and correct me if I'm wrong, I wish the GRU finance people were there, they could definitely correct me if I'm wrong.
Maybe
But
he can get
you
to
have-
your-
Mr. Cunningham will be able to also. But they, as an accounting convention, it's on the books as a utility property. Their revenue bonds are going to have covenants that ensure that the disposition of any property that is, again, on the books allocated to the utility side of the operation are, in order to sell those properties, you'd have to get fair market value for it to protect the integrity of those bonds. I think that's an accurate statement. All the property that we call GRU property is titled in the name of the City of Gainesville, but they control the property by virtue of our accounting conventions and our organizational structure.
Okay.
Is that fair to say?
Okay, thank you, thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I'm curious. I'm glad we have this up as well. In fact, can we go back to the number of stories that are on there? I forget which slide that is. So to our east? What zoning do we have within the bed and breakfast district there? Do you recall that off?
It's largely urban 3 zoning, which is, I think, limited to 3 stories, and it's a mix of residential and some office uses.
Okay, so we're actually based from what is adjacent to it, at least on that section with McRory. I mean, we are down zoning at that point. Like that is below. Like you would not be seeing anything above what would already be allowed to be built there.
That's right. Right. It would be while the zoning would stay the same, it would be a height overlay essentially that would limit development to 2 stories.
Right, and I think that's appropriate for, particularly because we want to move forward with this. We want everyone to feel comfortable. And we don't have the level of control that we would have had if we were spending the $9.7 million that was previously allocated, working hand in hand with people. That we probably need to be very sympathetic and thoughtful about, what is allowed there. I do have some questions about west of there, which is much more of a commercial space. You have 6-story overlay over the GRU and then a 4-story step down as it gets to, well, let me start with this. What is the zoning all around this section here to the west of the Sweetwater Greenway?
So the portion to the west is a mixture of urban 9 zoning, which allows about 6 to 8 stories, and that I want to make sure I'm clear. So in your land development code, in the city's land development code, we have special standards just for the power district related to height. And that's, when I say power district, I mean not what you're seeing before you, which is the expanded power district, but the original size of the power district, which is roughly about 17 acres back in 2016, 2017. the GRU admin building and the adjacent parking lot across 3rd Street. So let me point it out. So GRU admin parking lot, that's DT zoning, which is your downtown zoning. That's much taller. It's 12 to 14 stories. And then as you go sort of move east, that becomes urban 9 zoning, which is that 6 to 8 story.
And then does our overlay currently doesn't encompass the west parking lot, right? So
That's
we'd be
correct,
expanding that out, but then the GRU building.
Nor does it cover the admin building right now.
Okay, so we're expanding this overlay to include areas it doesn't currently. And it doesn't include even that little section that's, I guess now, if I'm reading that right, 3 stories to 5 stories with a step down. Is that
Where are you pointing to?
just east of the GRU building where it's a little like the orange there.
Oh, right in here.
Yeah, yeah.
That's right. So the power district height standards in your code are not they not to get too technical. So they're basically kind of go 3 stories to a point. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's maybe 100 feet, and then they basically start stepping up in a stair step fashion until you reach the ultimate highest building height, which is 6 stories within that 17-acre regional power district boundary.
Okay. Why was it decided? The decision was that we wanted to downzone what is now DT zoning to a 6-story limit, which I don't know if I agree with. But why also the 4-story step down as well? Because that's, as you point out, that's DT zoning all around it. So you can build 12 to 14 stories all around, but then it kind of steps down to 4 stories.
Along 4th, I think the intent was to provide a little bit of height transition because there are some residential and smaller parcels to the north of 4th Avenue. Is that accurate, Sri? Yes, that's accurate. And ultimately, I think this is a recommendation. The commission, as you all know, can take, leave, modify any staff recommendations in terms of when we're talking about zoning.
Yeah, I want to be really sensitive to all of the needs for that are near the single-family neighborhood that's to the east. But as it relates to the west, it does seem a bit funny to me that we would downzone from what's already kind of allowed with all the parcels around. It almost feels sort of like its own version of spot zoning, except in the opposite direction, right, where we're kind of moving it down. I'd just be, I don't know. I'd like to take a look at that. But I think, overall, I think it's a good thing to start working from parcelizing it out and kind of selling it off. It's a shame kind of where we are. I've been watching the power district move along for many, many years, and kind of hopeful that the original vision from 2013 would work, where we'd be able to work and kind of get a farmer's market, get various things that would exist within there. I think one of the upsides of this is that it is that sort of organic process that we talked about before. We're letting kind of entrepreneurs determine that. We'll have some control over it, but as a whole, it's a shame sort of where we are, especially as we are losing potentially power over what we can do with it into the future. So I'd be curious, what some of my colleagues. Oh, I do have one question though. I've always pictured as I go through there, I really like having that connectivity for Sweetwater Park. Is there any possibility, this is probably for the general manager, of having that tunneled area there that would give, what was nice about it is as we continue up through Sweetwater Trail going up through Duck Pond and then down, it would be a straight shot that would then be coming, that if we were to fence off portions of that section there that's tunneled under.
You're talking about this portion?
Yeah, that portion there, without daylighting the creek, but just to have connectivity. It would be popping out right at Depot Park, so people would be able to go essentially through our Sweetwater extension, all the way from Sweetwater Wetlands Park over to Sweetwater Preserve to Depot Park, up through Depot Park, through there, and then connect all the way through to the Sweetwater. But otherwise, you're kind of wrapping around in a funny way. Is it a possibility to just have connectivity there, or to put up a fence, or just do something that people could utilize?
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't think at this time it would really be a possibility. That's going through an active power plant site. So if you look at where that line is, that's the Kelly power plant. That's a currently active power plant site. So I don't think we could do it there. It would need to jog over, kind of like it's shown, over to the road there with the dotted line.
Sort of an empty lot right now, and then there's fuel basins that are over on the eastern portion that get utilized. I think you said it's emergency fuel, right? Or
It is. It's emergency fuel, but they have fuel in them. The fuel is tested, and so that it can be used. It's a number 6 oil, I think, and number 2 oil is stored there, and it is used in emergencies.
Okay, so you would want to have quick access to that.
Correct.
If there was a way to make sure that you could have quick access to that while still having that connectivity through, would that be something?
I would say I wouldn't want to do anything on the fly here. I mean, in general, that is still the power plant site. So my initial reaction would be no, we could not do kind of what you're asking. We could analyze to see if there is something that could be done there, but initially I would think no, that we could not.
What do we think? And then as we're kind of deciding what goes on around it, what is the current plan for the Kelly plant? Is that going to be an active plant for the foreseeable future, or what is the lifespan on that?
Yes, we recently updated the generator, the turbine generator, and so that is planned to be an active site well into the future.
Okay, like the next 50 years?
Yeah.
Right, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The dashed green line is described as a green street, but that is still connected both vehicular and some sort of multi-use.
Yes.
Okay. And then the pink is about a potential right-of-way for a potential vehicular street as well.
It would be a potential right-of-way, new right-of-way.
Okay. That seems, I like this, that it breaks this down into smaller, so that we're not talking these big super blocks. Some of the infrastructure is there, but because the use has always been GRU, the average person doesn't get to drive through it. So I really like that. I like the smaller parcels. I think that really goes in line with the ability to develop organically in different time periods, not hopefully different developers, so the buildings look, different, though maybe some coordination with the industrial theme, but that it's not just one monolithic something. I understand Commissioner Eastman's concern on if, in essence, some spot zoning on the east side, but this would be kind of cleaning up our land development code, since we reference power district, but our understanding of power district is now different than what the code describes the power district.
That's correct. It's expanded in terms of the boundaries.
So to some degree, this would clean up part of it if we go forward and get some land use and zoning, it would clean up part of that. And so the west parking lot, suddenly came to my mind that if we had a 9-story building there, you might be able to see that behind the Hippodrome. If you were looking straight at the Hippodrome, you may see that off the back. And I kind of don't want anything to be behind the Hippodrome because it's such a nice, terminal site, view, terminating view. You'd almost be able to see that. So I actually like this kind of step down a little bit. So about the fair market value, that does establish if the city wanted some of that land, we now know what we would have to pay GRU.
Correct.
Somehow transfer, find money if we said we actually, or if we wanted it for, let me see if I can get this right, and this may be a Mr. Mann question. If we wanted to use street stations and strong foundations money for public housing, we now know a price for the land if we needed to permanently own the land.
Yeah, I'm not to speak for Mr. Mann, but I think that would be consistent with in terms of the land acquisition portion of the surtax.
Okay, and now we at least know what it would cost if because we have some fair market, and I know part of this is about what we do with at least one pot of money, as Commissioner Book mentioned. Can we? And this is really just the land use side of it. We're not talking about the millions of dollars for infrastructure upgrades, streets in essence, to a large degree. Could some of that infrastructure could we use the strong foundations funding for that, since they are streets, but could that be potentially used in the future to bring this up to the level ready for development?
Theoretically, yes. Otherwise, I would say so let's sort of step through. If let's say the commission and ultimately the authority agrees in terms of this approach. We parcelize, we go out for bid. We have responses. the city disposes of the property that way or sells the property. Any infrastructure upgrades related to development would be ultimately the responsibility of that developer in the future. And that's very consistent with generally how the city does development. It's on the some of the components like the street right of way, we would probably try to enshrine in some way, shape, or form, perhaps in like the power district in the code, primarily as like sort of a placeholder that if development were to come in that area, we would work through the development process to secure right of way. There might be a place for some infrastructure surtax money, but it's probably too. I certainly don't want to commit anything that the commission hasn't already like sort of talked about. But theoretically, yes, in terms of street improvements, that's certainly an allowable use of those funds.
All right, I bring it up because there's there's going to be lots of different types of funds that end up commingling somehow. Commingle is probably a bad word. Will cooperate with each other.
Sure.
In all of this, and whether it's that new pink right of way or whatnot. So that's why I asked, and I know we have some real estimate of some of those property values.
Commissioner, I got a gentle message from Phil. So we can't use it for construction of new streets.
Okay, some of those are existing though, but
so existing is okay, but new is not.
Perfect. And then the parcel that's on the furthest south, where the high voltage lines are, it looks like there's kind of limited ability for us to use it. And I know this is not exactly this conversation, but the idea of parking or further community gardens that can exist under power lines. What is this blue zoning? Is this just right of way? Is that what the blue is at this point?
It's depicting the easement that there's the easement from the center line of those transmission lines. I think it's 50 feet, 75 feet. There you go, from center line on each side.
But do we have to land use and zone underneath that easement? What it is currently?
I mean, yes and no, I guess. Like land use and zoning exists, but easement would sort of lie on top of it. And I think to your parking, that's certainly in the invitation to negotiate the ITN that was done prior to this. Parking was identified as probably the highest and best use for most of that property to the south, only because, as you see, there's a lot of constraints in terms of buildable area because of the transmission lines.
I think of the parking, and I think of even if a farmer's market that doesn't end up somewhere else, and our parks needs assessment says farmers markets areas, and farmers markets can probably happen under power lines or close to somewhat temporary uses that are kind of pop up in nature if it's going to be parking. So I continue to entertain those things, but I did wonder about, do we have to zone it under the easement? And I'm sure y'all would bring back to us exactly what we need. I like this. I would love, as Commissioner Eastman said, that if the Greenway would be a direct path, but it's a current site. Hopefully in this we would make it very, very user-friendly for the pedestrians and cyclists to cross Southeast 5th for that jog over, as opposed to relegating them to stop, go on a sidewalk, 2 different crossings, or whatever. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for the General Manager of Utilities. Does GRU have any funds available or allocated for development of the power district?
No, our primary interest is
obtaining the value out of the land, not to put any more funds into it.
Okay, all right, and then I'm inclined to move the $363,000 from the GCRA to the downtown strategic plan. And I think we could do that now by motion if you'd like.
So there are a couple other things that I'd love to add to something like that, and we need to hear from the community as well. But I will come back to you for that. So some things that I would most like to see from what we have today. I do like the idea of going forward with parcelizing the property. I mean, that seems like a thing that we could get started with and move forward on. so that it's very specific. When we talk about each piece, we're not talking in generalities. We're talking about actual parcels, and it becomes more real at that point. So I would love for us to do that today, to direct that process begin today. So number one, off the recommendation list, I would like to, one of the things that's most important to me about this is that we maintain the park, the trail aspect of it, the Greenway, from 4th Avenue all the way down to Depot, because that completes the Sweetwater Greenway, the lower portion of it. We'll have 150, the top piece of it there between 4th and 5th Avenue. We'll have 150 foot margin there to work with. We could certainly put to complete that as a boardwalk or something like that over the creek. We're not going to daylight the creek. It's just too expensive to daylight the creek. I have learned that. I used to say that I would never support anything that didn't daylight the creek. I agree with what Mr. Blount said earlier. When we put a shovel in that ground, I think it's going to be more expensive than we think it is. So we could make a very wonderful part of the Greenway there, right over the creek, jog over to, what is that, 4th Street or so, that is essentially closed right now. Very little traffic on that. Make that a limited access street so that emergency vehicles could use it, but primarily that's the Greenway. So that gets us as far as Depot Avenue, which is the most of the goal. And I think we could do that in such a way that it is a very attractive part of the overall park. So that's important to me, and I would love to see that in a motion. I'm not excited about doing the land use and zoning direction right now, because I do think we should talk to the community more about that before we do it. I think that's something. And when I say the community, I don't just mean people within a block or so of the area. I mean the community, all of us. This is a lot of land that we all own, and we should all be involved in the discussion. We can certainly make recommendations. We can say this is what this might be, but I do think before we send something back to staff to create land use and zoning, we should have a larger conversation about it. I don't want, obviously not ready to solicit a request for bid yet. I do agree that we should go ahead and reallocate the funding, and that is available from a broader set of opportunities through the GCRA at that point. So I think that's all I have, and I don't see any other lights. So let's hear from the public, and we'll come back for a motion.
Is Tana Silva, followed by Collie Blunt.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear your suggestions, Mayor. I totally agree with them. In keeping with the incremental organic redevelopment as the key to all of this, based on the 2013 Power District Plan, I don't think offering everything for sale at one time is going to get the city there. It's a great plan, but a lot has changed since then. You might have noticed in the macro scale and at the city. Most of it in favor of an extractive economy and corporate gain at public expense. So I have 3 questions about the proposals. First is not putting everything out for sale at the same time. Parcelizing is great, and I think that was part of the original recommendation. Whereas Colliers International a couple of years ago wanted to just sell everything to one big corporation. That's not Gainesville. They were going to market Gainesville to the world. Well, I think we can take care of ourselves better at a local level. So that would be one question, is values are going to change as each parcel is developed. Second question would be the city's control over how it's redeveloped, each parcel. And will the city designate the potential uses and attach criteria for each parcel? And if so, how will it ensure compliance with the agreements? Because the city, frankly, has not gotten compliance and has allowed buyers to set their own terms and compliance or not. My third question would be the spot zoning that was approved by the previous commission. It was for transect zones in areas that aren't transect zones now. But we have seen even, through the carefully planned out 2 years worth process of coming up with form-based code and transect zones throughout, the areas nearest the university. That even some of those zones transect zones have been upzoned to, where there was, for individual parcels. So, the zoning, I just want to know, would that be contingent on the buyers absolutely agreeing to maintain the zoning as it's set out by the community and the city? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Blunt?
After listening to all this, I've decided to give the city $350 million. That would help cover the refrigeration of this room. Now that I've got your attention, because I know it was going to be a little dull because I'm repeating myself partially. I didn't mean that about the $350 million, by the way.
No, you said it already.
My fingers are. After July 1st, my big question in my mind is what ownership and control of this area is. I'm specifically referring to this piece that I've been talking about, from 6th Terrace to the creek, from 4th Avenue down to 5th Avenue. What control and ownership does the city retain after July 1st? And I'm pretty sure that you always retain control over everything within the city as far as land use and zoning. And of course, when you have an appraiser or an assessor go out and evaluate property, they're looking at what is the potential with the zoning. So if that was zoned open space and rec, that would change the valuation of the property considerably, maybe making it much more affordable. This is a strange thing to me. GRU is part of the city presently, and GRU owns its property. So how is it not just city property? If you go to the site of the Alachua County Tax Assessor, the tax name and address for this property is Land Rights Coordinator, P.O. Box 490, MS 58, Gainesville, Florida. Is that not a city department? Is that an office in this building? So that's the tax address for this property. And I know you just said when you say neighbors, you're talking about more than the people just around it. But I've talked a lot over my 35 years of, is this the can we go back to the map you just had up? And where is the pointer on this, somebody? The top? Okay, the one with the building heights shows better. Yep, just past it. So I've been right here for 35 years. So that's where you can bring gifts of tribute right there to that lot, and have talked a lot, of course, with people in that area over the years, and. We were the ones who wanted to see open space restored. We were the ones to whom restoration of open space of at least the block going below the garden, we were promised in design charrettes in this building at the turn of the century that would be restored. So I hope that at least can be fulfilled. But I hope you will retain the power to affect the actual evaluation of this. Oh, I'm over time, over with land use and zoning.
Thank you. So to be specific to some of those questions, the land use and zoning under anything that's on the table is retained by the city of Gainesville, by this body, no question. Whoever's up here, nobody no bills have passed yet that indicate changing that. It does currently belong to the city of Gainesville because GRU is a business unit of the city of Gainesville. It's a DBA of the city of Gainesville, but it has a separate ledger sheet. So if we go today making changes to that ledger sheet without making the corresponding money moves, that is contrary to the bill that was passed. It hasn't been signed yet, but that goes contrary to the bill that's been passed. Yeah, that's what I can answer, specifically. Any further speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
that
thank
concludes
you.
our speakers.
All right, Commissioner Eastman.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion. How do you foresee us, you said get community input on the zoning, because obviously until that is done, we can't move forward with this, and I want us to be able to move forward with this certainly before October 1st. So I want to get the community feedback from everybody. I also want to make sure that we do that in a concise timeline. So I want to make sure that I have a motion that presses staff to move forward with this, but.
Let me put a thought out there. I don't think that we're going to have the capacity to put this out for bid in a reasonable way that works if the bill is signed moving forward. And if everything goes into effect that way, I don't think we have the capacity right now to do that. We will retain the capacity to control land use and zoning.
Okay.
So I'm just putting that thought out there.
I mean, I kind of agree with what Mr. Blunt and I think what Commissioner Chestnut was getting. I mean, I feel if this bill gets signed, I don't really feel like conceding my legislative authority at all for any reason until the bill does not specifically say that they have broad authority over lands that we have put under a ledger sheet called Gainesville Regional Utilities. It says they have broad authority to run and operate the utilities, which this has nothing to do with running and operating utilities. This is land, and that's City of Gainesville. We're the legislative body of the City of Gainesville, and this is going to be one of a million discussions that we have related to what the authority is, because nothing has, what authority we have, what authority the authority has, and that's going to have to be a discussion, I guess, once it's signed and we hash out exactly how we want to approach these things. But I mean, it would be my preference that we begin to move forward with the understanding that we do have authority and control over these parcels, and if someone tells us that we don't, then we can, I guess, cross that bridge when we get to it. But are we positive that we would not have the authority to sell this land, just as the legislative body for the City of Gainesville? I guess I'm looking at the attorney.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, we've discussed in depth the multitude of problems with this proposed legislation. If it takes effect, and if it is allowed to stand, if it becomes a part of the city charter, the new section 7.10 sub 1 says the city and the authority shall perform all acts necessary and proper to effectuate an orderly transition of the governance, operation, management, and control of all utility systems, properties, and assets held in the possession of GRU as of January 1st, 2023 to the authority. And it goes on from there.
So that is functionally about the period between July and October, right? I mean, we can cross this bridge when we get to it, but this to me does not have anything to do with the broad operation of utilities in any capacity. This is unused land by the utility that would be under the legislative authority of the city, but I recognize that it says that this is certainly an asset on GRU's ledger at this moment.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And as to whether the effectiveness of the retroactive quality of that provision would be allowed to stand, I don't know. It's one of many, many, many bridges that they will put before us to cross.
Well, thank you for reminding me of that section. Actually, I think I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. We can't we probably can't sell any properties at the moment. Unless the attorney.
I heard the word possession. What is it? Can you remind us what possession is?
9/10 of the law.
And again, this isn't the first time we've had this discussion today, mind you. This is the world we're living in right now. This very same discussion was had this morning regarding trunk radio system.
Right.
We have a world of problems right now based on the uncertainties presented by House Bill 1645.
I appreciate that's a very nice way of saying that this was a very poorly written bill that's going to cause a lot of problems for us because it was so sloppily thrown together. So thank you, Mr. Attorney, for making that clear. So I guess I will motion to say that. Oh, or maybe I'll just leave you. Looks like you've written down some good things, but I do. You've written down something in depth, so I'll let you get to that. But I do want to point out that even if we move forward with this, everything to the east of here is downtown zoning. You can build 12 stories all through there with Depot Park up. There's not a major amount of redevelopment happening within that area. I mean, there's a lot of retrofitting. There's what they're doing at Hartwood's really good, but all of that's allowed under the zoning. I think we will move forward with this. I don't want us to think I want us to realize that even if we were to parcelize and sell this, which now is less likely after that conversation, but that I have not had a single, with Ironwood, there were people that were reaching out saying, not to me, but to other commissioners on here, that they were interested in purchasing Ironwood. They could see the benefit of it. I've not had anyone reach out to me on any of these properties. We've not had anyone sit down with us. I think that there's, as I mentioned, not a whole lot of development in here. I think I would not be surprised if when we begin to move forward with this, it is going to take some time for these to go through, which will give Ms. Silva that kind of incrementalist movement. I mean, some of these parcels are much more developable than others. Those will probably get picked up quickly. Other ones probably have a lot more maybe environmental issues. They're too small of a parcel. There's issues with them. I think that this will naturally flow in an incremental way, just like everything around it that is zoned downtown zoning. And so I hope we can move forward with this. I hope we can figure out some of the legal issues. And I think that what we'll see is that even with all the energy and pushing into this, that this will still be a kind of a slow incremental process as people start to figure out what exactly can we do, and the value and the property of the land near downtown continues to rise. And it makes more sense to do the environmental remediation here. But I will leave my motion to Commissioner Chestnut, who wrote down some good things, it looks like here.
Thank you. I would follow up on what you said there and point out that just because we have an appraised value or what we think is a market value does not mean that there is a market value. Yeah, it doesn't. There's nobody knocking on the door saying, "Sell me that on the bottom right there." I mean, they're just not knocking on the door. So we have. It is valuable to us as an organization. It has value to the community. It does not necessarily have demonstrated market value today. That doesn't mean that it can't, but currently it doesn't. Commissioner Chestnut, why don't you go make that motion, then we'll go around to the other.
All right, Mr. Mayor. I move to direct staff to, one, parcelize the property, parcelize the Power District property into the proposed redevelopment parcels. 2, maintain the Greenway. 3, reallocate the GCRA Power District funding to the Downtown Strategic Plan
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second, and we'll go to Commissioner Book.
Thanks for
Making the motion, Commissioner Chestnut, and thanks, Mr. Mayor. My question is really one for staff related to the last piece of that motion, which deals with this GCRA monies, these $363,000. Was there any specific plans for that, or was this just we happen to have it here in one place? Let's move it to what we have because we think we have some plans going downtown.
Yes and yes. Yes, there is. Currently, that $363,000 is part of your downtown TIF money. It's earmarked for the Power District. The commission has a multitude of projects within that fall sort of under the umbrella of Downtown Strategic Plan, including the Festival Street, the streetery areas, the downtown management organization, the business improvement district portion. all of which you have discussed and I think provided positive direction that you want us working on it. Currently, those things don't have funding, so that's really what we're asking for is take this money that, as you see, is insufficient in terms of really trying to mount that $9 million or so of infrastructure costs and reallocate it to projects that we already have ongoing that we need funding for to really implement.
Okay, thank you. I understood, and I actually thought that it was going to be something similar to what you said, which is it's not a specific piece of the project. It's the overall project that we currently don't have the total funding for at this point that's been developed. Okay, well, that answers that on the staff side. And then this is probably a question for the city attorney. I'm not sure if I'm going to phrase this correctly, but we could allocate any portion of this GCRA from the previous TIF funds from one part to another part, and we would be in our authority to do that. Is that?
No. So that money came from the prior downtown CRA district, so it has to be spent in that.
That's right. Yeah, it would have to be spent within the.
I know that, I understand. And so obviously, I wasn't doing a good enough job communicating there. What I meant was, of that 363,000, any piece of it could be used for a portion of the power district because that's still within that previous CRA boundary.
That's accurate.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, but the commission has already kind of made decisions about how to expend the GCRA money based on different projects. And so this particular $363,000 was associated with the power district.
GCRA staff. Yes, at the January 19th meeting, we worked with the commission and the commission approved to have the GCRA funding allocated with a proposed spending plan through fiscal year 29. And in this particular situation, the downtown strategic plan, the power district did have the funding amount that we just discussed, and there was not funding that was put aside for downtown strategic plan. Since there are projects there, as Andrew was just explaining, what this would allow us to do is to use that funding and start kickstarting some of those projects that the commission has supported.
I'll supplement that by when the commission did discuss the downtown strategic plan, they asked me to go back and identify funding to execute it. And at that point in time, I didn't have any funds to recommend to the commission. So this is a perfect opportunity for us to make that shift.
So maybe that's really just more of an operational question. Would we need any of this 363,000 to move forward with plans to get community input in this area, so that we don't have to spend that from another place? That's just like that's all I'm asking. Or that's really insignificant. Would not be potentially something that we're going to have to then provide monies for. Okay. Well, that.
Not for the community output, community outreach. We would need to have these funds to do that.
All right, well, that allows me to feel comfortable. What I didn't want us to do was allow monies to be used for something that we already clearly voted in January, but then we have to figure out, just in the interest of trying to determine what we're doing going forward, find funds that we just do not have. So with that makes me very comfortable with the motion and moving what is, it seems like a lot of money, but it's insignificant in terms of the overall project costs here. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for those answers.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think to Commissioner Eastman's point, prior to most of you being here, there were some businesses who had reached out when maybe like 18 months ago when we first started talking about the power district again, that did have a business plan and an idea, and because it was going to come forward, they shut it down. So there were plans that were being proposed, but out of respect for the process, they pulled them back. That said, I'm fine moving forward with things as they are now. I'm fine with the motion. I don't think it will be as slow a trickle as you think once there are different opportunities. And I think it's better for us to, I think Commissioner Duncan Walker is the one who said this several months ago, to approach it intentionally and with a big picture outlook, and not do it one piece over here, one piece over there, that we need to know what we are doing with the whole concept and to have a bigger picture of it. Because we may get 7, 8 great individual projects, but how do they fit with each other if we do them sequentially over several years? You're not gonna, you're going to limit yourself. So I'd be, whenever things get resolved and we can, and we put things out to bid, I'd be fine doing it all in one go, to see how all the pieces work together. If people want multiple pieces, if people have private, public, or other partnerships that they want to leverage. And at that point, seeing what changes, if any, we need to make that an even better opportunity for our neighbors. I understand the recommendation on zoning to try to adapt as best as possible. I am not married to any of those. If a proposal comes forward that would really benefit the whole of the city and needs a change, I would be happy to make that change if needed. But otherwise, what we're doing today, I'm comfortable moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see no further lights, so I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of item number 1, parcelize the Power District property and the proposed redevelopment parcels, maintain the Greenway as described, and reallocate the remaining GCRA Power District funding to the Downtown Strategic Plan implementation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Now, before we move on to the next item, I'm going to be here for another 21 minutes. We have to turn the room over at 6:30, before 6:30 realistically. Which meeting? Plan board meets here, actually. Plan board's specific, I think their website says they're meeting here. Okay, the website says general policy, go ahead, hold on.
The website.
City Plan Board meeting, June
the
8th,
website
6:30, first floor, City
here,
Hall.
but our calendar said basement.
Say again?
Mr. Mayor, the website still reflect this room. However, the calendars are saying it's in the basement.
Okay, regardless, I'm here for another 20 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to ask, is it, can they hear the urban and Greenway master plan in another date?
So my only reticence to that,
Okay.
that's what I would prefer, this one, because I have a lot to say about it, but we've already, it's Commissioner Eastman that brought it forward to begin with, and we've already kicked it forward from one meeting to this one.
okay.
And I want to be respectful, but
I mean,
I would also like to go home.
I don't mind. I wanted to ensure, I mean, part of this was to ensure that as we're going through our wild space public places updates, and now we've updated our tree mitigation funds, that we are one, looking at how we're acquiring land, figuring out how we're using our existing land, park land that has some of them just have like random trails that are created throughout them, and like how are we intentional about how those trails are and putting wayfinding things that are in there, and then making sure that is part of our wild spaces public places planning going forward. I don't mind putting that on another GPC meeting.
So the next GPC meeting on the 22nd has 2 items on it.
Can we please hear the presentation of one of our spring interns who is no longer an intern? I would love to hear the presentation and then.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you would read it into the record so we can do that, we'll hear the presentation and then, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, I will say, so Mikhail is here, he can attend the 22nd as well.
can?
So
He can?
just,
Okay.
We've just been asking so much of him.
Yes,
Well,
he is no longer a fellow, so
Okay.
he is here, but he can attend on the 22nd.
Thank you, Mikhail. Much appreciated. So if there's no, if nobody minds, we'll move that to the meeting on the 22nd on that agenda.
I will say that on that agenda, I was waiting for the GRU authority to come up, and maybe that's a special workshop, but we do need to have an in-depth conversation about what we do as a body moving forward, if that is signed by that time before GPC seemed like a good time for that, but it may be as expansive a conversation that we need to have a special meeting for that sort of thing.
I agree.
Okay, so then that can go on there, but then I do think we need to be prepared that we need to have a meeting structured for that at some point.
I completely agree with you. Commissioner Sacco.
Just as a brief request for the 22nd, can we have this item first? Prior to anything else?
Just so that it doesn't get
Kicked again?
moved again. I think
Okay.
that's That's fair and accurate.
I will say that when I won in August of last year, this is the thing I requested for them to look into. And then we came up with the and then GRE stuff happened and the JLAC happened. And so I was like, now's not the right time. And then we had a meeting and then got another meeting. I'm fine. Trails ain't going anywhere. I'm just saying, I have been waiting for this one for
We will get to you before 2026. All right, so let's go to, Madam Clerk, you tell us what's next.
Our next item is member comment.
Member comment, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I had a request. It's been brought to my attention that we have several or the list of Journey to Juneteenth events in our buses. Is that, is anyone up here aware of that?
In our what now?
In our buses.
So in advertising inside the buses?
Yes, advertising inside the buses.
Yes.
And it had been brought to my attention that there was an event that was not included in that, and I was going to make that request on behalf of the citizens who want to attend and who want to pay homage to Dr. Patricia Hilliard Nunn and the memorial or the statue that will be put up at her honor at the county building. And so Kali is actually holding up, yes, but I want to put it in the buses. And so that's the request. We've got about 11 days. We can certainly put it up on the screen, but the request is that along with the additional Journey to Juneteenth events, that also be added to those things.
Yeah, I'll get with RTS.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
And that's certainly on the postcard that we've been passing out
It is.
already. So,
It is.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
I have this message is for the General Manager of Utilities. I've received several calls from neighbors who have been visited by people at their home, ring the bell, and they say, we're from GRU, we're here just to let you know that your bill is going to go up, and we want to look at installing a new meter system. Are you aware of any components of that?
So, what I don't know.
Although we're hearing your bill is going to go up portion, but we are currently replacing meters as part of our advanced metering infrastructure project. So we are out there and we do, when we're there to replace meters, we knock on the door or leave door hangers if no one is there to let them know that we're there doing that. And depending on the home, it could be a gas meter, electric meter, and a water meter, all 3 meters.
But with people from GRU being a GRU shirt or uniform or something that would depict who they are, because senior citizens are falling prey to this. That's why I'm bringing it up.
So yes, so if it's a GRU person, they should be in a uniform, they should have a GRU truck or markings on the vehicle that are GRU. Now, we have had some contract employees that have helped us with meter reading that may not all be marked that way, but that is rolling off at this time. So it should be GRU, should be marked with GRU shirts, or they should have badges and that identify them. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Just a very
Quick comments on the comprehensive plan, which really informs all our land use and zoning and it's many of the most important votes. I wonder, do we currently have that on any agenda item for either GPC or a future CC at the moment? Does anybody recall, Madam Clerk? Comprehensive plan update? I don't think so.
Mr. Mayor, we do not. I think there was some discussion about a joint meeting with the plan board and the city commission. For the life of me, I cannot remember.
We directed
that happened.
That's coming.
So that would be probably the next opportunity y'all have with the to talk about it.
I think that's a good idea. So just kind of note for the minutes then that we certainly want to have a fairly informed discussion as at least piece of that joint meeting for the comprehensive plan, because otherwise what we're going to end up doing is piecemealing things over the next 2 years, as we figure out different areas and neighborhoods and zones while we have a draft plan that has not yet been finally realized. So it's really, really important. That's the overarching document.
Yes, absolutely. And I do want to make sure the commission is aware with the the draft, Imagine GNV, there's no sort of recommendations or any changes to land use or zoning. It's there's no map changes related to that. It's just textual changes. So I just want to make sure that was clear as well.
That would be part of the reason for us also to have the discussion, because that goes back to a preceding commission. There may be things in there that are not potentially consistent with what we're doing now. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Okay, thank you all for your time and attention today. We have dealt with a lot of weighty matters and done so with tremendous attention to detail and consideration for each other. So thank you all, and we will see you again next week.